Hello everyone, and welcome to the Beast fanfic. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Goku became the apex predator of the Xenomorphs. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. Convergence of Worlds. The dimensional tier R, ipped across space-time like lightning through oil, its edges pulsing with energy that shouldn't exist in any single universe. Goku tumbled through it, his golden Super Saiyan aura flickering as the foreign energies interfered with his ki. The cosmic entity he'd been battling, a being of swirling darkness that had threatened Earth, was nowhere to be seen. What the? His words cut short as the tier sealed behind him with a thunderclap that resonated through his bones. Free falling through an unfamiliar starscape, Goku's combat instincts kicked in. He gathered his ki, steadying himself in the vacuum. The stars here looked wrong, constellations he'd never seen, with a strange purple nebula dominating the view. A massive structure floated nearby, a space station larger than any he'd encountered. Its angular form reminiscent of a technological cathedral drifting silently through the void. Well, guess I should find out where I am, he muttered to himself, the words vibrating through his SK. Since sound couldn't travel in space. Goku propelled himself toward the station, noting its dark corridors visible through massive viewports. No lights, no movement, but his Saiyan instincts whispered that he wasn't alone. The nearest airlock had been torn open from the inside, metal peeled back like fruit rind. Goku slipped through, immediately sensing the difference as air rushed around him. He landed silently on metal grating, the artificial gravity slightly lighter than Earth's. His boots made no sound as he took a cautious step forward, extending his senses outward. Life signs, but strange ones, neither human nor any alien species he recognized. They moved with predatory purpose through the station's corridors, their key signatures cold and sharp like obsidian knives. And something else, a human heartbeat, racing with fear, about 3 levels below him. A distant metallic clang echoed through the corridors, followed by a hiss that raised the hair on the back of Goku's neck. The station smelled wrong. Like metal corroding in acid, organic decay, and something else that triggered deep evolutionary warnings in his brain. Hello, he called out, voice echoing through empty hallways. Anyone here who's not trying to kill anyone else? No answer came except for another distant metallic screech. The emergency lighting flickered, casting long shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. Bloodstains marked the walls in splash patterns, some of them burned through the metal as if the blood itself were corrosive. Goku moved silently toward a central junction, passing a sign that read, UCSM Horizon, Deep Space Research Station. The corridor widened into what must have been a communal area, tables overturned, personal belongings scattered, half-eaten meals fossilized on trays. A battle had happened here, but not with weapons Goku recognized. The damage patterns spoke of claws, teeth, and that strange acid that had eaten through metal, plastic, and ceramic alike. A soft clicking sound came from above. Goku looked up to see a nightmare clinging to the ceiling. The creature was sleek, biomechanical, its elongated head gleaming like polished obsidian. No eyes were visible, yet Goku knew it was watching him. Its exoskeleton reminded him of an insect, but with the fluidity of movement that spoke of higher intelligence. Most disturbing was its tail, barbed at the end and weaving through the air with lethal precision. Hey there, Goku said, shifting his weight to a fighting stance. You wouldn't happen to know where we are, would you? The creature's lips peeled back, revealing metallic teeth dripping with saliva. It hissed, a sound that carried intelligence despite its alienness, and then it moved. Its speed impressed even Goku. The creature dropped from the ceiling and launched itself at him, claws extended, tail arcing toward his chest. But to a Saiyan who had battled gods, the attack came as if through water. Goku sidestepped, catching the creature's tail mid-strike. Whoa there, I just want to talk. The tail snapped in his grip, its segmented structure allowing it flexibility beyond what its appearance suggested. The barbed end slashed across Goku's forearm, drawing blood, and in the same instant, the wound on the creature sizzled as its blood splashed across Goku's skin. Acid blood, that's new, Goku remarked, more curious than concerned. Where the creature's blood should have melted his flesh, it merely caused a slight warming sensation before his Saiyan physiology neutralized it. Sorry about that, didn't mean to hurt you. The creature paused, its head tilting in what seemed like confusion. It hissed again, but the sound carried a different tone, almost questioning. It backed away slightly, keeping low to the ground in a predatory crouch. You understand me? Goku asked, relaxing his stance slightly. I'm Goku. I'm just trying to figure out where I am. The creature's response was to lunge again, but this time Goku was ready. He channeled ki to his palm. Not enough to kill, just enough to stun, and released a pulse of energy that caught the creature mid-leap. The energy connected, and something unexpected happened. The creature shrieked, not from pain but from something deeper. It thrashed in the air as if caught in an invisible net, its exoskeleton vibrating at a frequency that made the metal floor panels resonate. Goku felt a strange feedback through his ki, like touching the surface of a vast, alien consciousness that recoiled from his energy. Then, silence. The creature stood perfectly still, its head lowered, tail limp behind it. Hello, Goku ventured. The creature looked up at him, and despite its eyeless face, Goku sensed its attention. It made a soft clicking sound, then turned and skittered down a corridor, stopping after a few meters to look back at him. You want me to follow? Goku asked, intrigued. When the creature clicked again and continued forward, Goku shrugged. Well, why not? Not like I have a better plan right now. Following the creature through the labyrinthine corridors of the station, Goku noticed more signs of violence, and something else. Organic structures were growing along the walls, translucent and resin-like, forming patterns that seemed both random and purposeful. They pulsed slightly, as if breathing. The creature led him to a sealed door marked, Xenobiology Lab 3. It stopped, turning its head toward Goku expectantly. You want me to open it? Goku placed his hand on the door's control panel, channeling a small amount of ki to power the dead circuits. The door slid open with a hydraulic hiss, revealing darkness beyond. The human heartbeat Goku had sensed earlier was inside, along with the smell of fear, antiseptic, and determination. He stepped through the doorway, the creature following close behind. Hello, Goku called into the darkness. I'm not here to hurt anyone. My name is Goku. A small light flickered on from behind an overturned examination table, illuminating a woman in a torn lab coat. She held a makeshift flamethrower cobbled together from laboratory equipment, aimed squarely at Goku's chest. Her hands didn't tremble despite her fear. How are you controlling it? She demanded, her voice hoarse from dehydration but commanding nonetheless. Her eyes flicked between Goku and the creature behind him. No one controls Xenomorphs. It's impossible. Goku raised his hands in a peaceful gesture. I'm not controlling anything. This Xenomorph just started leading me here after I used my ki on it. You're what? The woman's eyes narrowed, taking in Goku's unusual clothing, muscular build, and calm demeanor. What species are you? You look human, but no human pH blood contact. She nodded. Tawa rode his arm where the acid blood had splashed. I'm a Saiyan, Goku answered simply. Well, raised on Earth, but born on planet Vegeta. Though I'm guessing that doesn't mean anything in this universe. This universe. The woman lowered her weapon slightly. You're claiming to be from another dimension. Pretty much. Goku's friendly grin seemed out of place in the grim surroundings. I was HTING this cosmic entity thing back home, and it tore open some kind of rift. Next thing I know, I'm here. The woman stared at him for a long moment, her analytical mind visibly processing his state. Meant against whatever scientific framework she understood. Finally, she lowered the flamethrower completely. I'm Drive, Liara Vess, xenobiologist for the United Colonial Space Marines Research Division. She stepped forward, her movements precise despite her exhaustion. And if you're telling the truth, you might be the most important specimen I've ever encountered. The xenomorph behind Goku hissed softly, and Dr. Vess froze. It's okay, Goku assured her. I don't think it wants to hurt you. At least not right now. That's not how they work, Drive. Vess countered, her voice dropping to a whisper. Xenomorphs are perfect predatory organisms. They don't show restraint unless. Her eyes widened. Unless they've recognized a superior predator. Goku scratched the back of his head. I'm not really a predator. I'm more of a martial artist who likes good food and a challenge. Fascinating. Doctor. Vess took another step closer, scientific curiosity overcoming fear. Your casual disruptio, N of established xenomorph behavioral patterns suggests. A distant explosion rocked the station, cutting her off. The lights flickered, and the xenomorph's head snapped toward the door, its posture shifting from docile to alert in an instant. That's the military response team, Drive. Vess explained quickly. They were due 3 days ago. Standard protocol for xenomorph outbreaks is to evacuate surviving personnel, then destroy the station. How many people are still alive? Goku asked, his expression growing serious. As far as I know, just me. Doctor. Vess gestured around the lab. I barrack. Added myself in here when the outbreak reached critical levels. The atmospheric processors on level 4 were damaged, so most sections have limited oxygen. The xenomorphs don't need to breathe, so the Y have been hunting through the hypoxic zones freely. Another explosion, closer this time. The xenomorph behind Goku hissed, its tail lashing agitatedly. They're using explosives to clear the central corridors, Drive. Vess said. Standard containment procedure. They probably don't know I'm alive. Communications went down with the main power grid. Goku made a quick decision. We should meet them halfway. If they're here to rescue people, they should know you're okay. And what about your friend? Doctor. Vess nodded toward the xenomorph. Goku glanced back at the creature, feeling that strang. E-connection again. Like standing at the edge of a vast, dark ocean and sensing movement in the depths. I don't think it should come with us. The soldiers might shoot first and ask questions later. As if understanding, the xenomorph backed away toward an air vent in the ceiling. It gave one last look at Goku, or at least turned its eyeless face toward him, before disappearing into the ventilation system with fluid grace. How did you do that? Doctor. Vess breathed. Xenomorphs operate on a hive mind controlled by their queen. Individual drones don't make independent decisions like that. I'm not sure, Goku admitted. When I used my key on it, I felt something, a connection of some kind. Like it recognized me. We need to document this. It could change everything we know about xenomorph neurology. Doctor. Vess began gathering data tablets and specimen containers from around the lab. If we could replicate whatever effect you're having on them. Let's focus on getting out alive first, Goku suggested. Then we can figure out the science stuff. Doctor. Vess nodded reluctantly. You're right. The response team will establish a secure zone near the main docking bay. We should head there. She slung a small backpack over her shoulder, filled with what Goku assumed were important research materials. But be careful. Where there's one xenomorph, there are usually dozens. They moved cautiously through the corridors, following the sound of weapons fire. Doctor. Vess explained in hushed tones about the xenomorph outbreak, how a research vessel had brought back what they thought was a dormant egg cluster, only to have it activate once aboard the station. The primary research had been studying the xenomorphs, adaptability and possible applications of their unique biology. Their gene-tick structure is unlike anything in known space, she whispered as they navigated a particularly dark section of corridor. They can incorporate DNA from host species, adapting their form and ability based on whatever organism they gestate in. Gestate? Goku asked. Doctor. Vess's expression darkened. Their reproductive cycle involves implanting embryos in living hosts. The embryos absorb genetic material before emerging, lethally, from the host organism. Goku frowned. That doesn't sound very nice. They're not nice creatures, Drive. Vess replied. They're the perfect organism, survival personified. Unclouded by conscience, remorse, or delusions of morality. The sound of gunfire grew louder as they approached a junction. Goku held up a hand, signaling Drive. Vess to wait as he peered around the corner. A squad of heavily armored soldiers was advancing down the corridor, flamethrowers and pulse rifles sweeping methodically from side to side. Their armor was matte black with red shoulder insignia depicting a stylized galaxy with a sword through it. United Colonial Space Marines, Drive. Vess whispered. Xenomorph Containment Division. Goku was about to step forward when his enhanced hearing picked up a sound from above, the subtle scrape of claws on metal. He looked up to see the ceiling panels rippling with movement. Not just one xenomorph, but many. Get down. he shouted, pushing Drive. Vess behind him as the ceiling erupted with sleek black forms. The Marines reacted instantly, their weapons firing in coordinated bursts. Xenomorphs fell, their acid blood eating through the floor panels. But more kept coming, from air vents, maintenance shafts, and ceiling spaces. They moved with terrifying coordination, some drawing fire while others flanked the Marine position. We have to help them, Goku decided. Gathering his ki. Wait, Doctor. Vess grabbed his arm. If you rush in there, they'll shoot you too. But Goku was already moving, his form blurring with speed. He materialized in the middle of the firefight, startling both Marines and Xenomorphs. Before anyone could react, he channeled ki into both hands and released a controlled wave of energy that washed over the Xenomorphs without harming the Marines. The effect was immediate and stunning. Every Xenomorph in the corridor froze, their aggressive posture melting away. Some backed off entirely, retreating into the darkness. Others simply stood motionless, heads tilted as if listening to an inaudible command. The Marines maintained their firing stance, weapons trained now on Goku. Hold fire, a commanding female voice ordered. One of the Marines stepped forward, removing her helmet to reveal a face hardened by combat but still young, framed by close-cropped dark hair streaked with a single band of white. Identify yourself immediately. I'm Goku, he replied cheerfully, lowering his hands. And I found one of your scientists alive back there. Doctor. Vess stepped cautiously around the corner, hands raised. Commander Dax. I'm Drive. Liara Vess, Xenobiology Division. The commander's stern expression didn't waver. Doctor. Vess is confirmed Kia according to station logs. How do we know you're not infected or imitated? My research ID is Alpha 9 or 7 Tango Echo. Authorization Vess 3381, Drive. Vess Reap have been surviving in Xenobiology Lab 3 for the past 18 days by recycling water from the emergency coolant system and rationing protein supplements. Commander Dax nodded to one of her Marines, who checked something on a wrist-mounted device before confirming with a nod. And him. Dax jerked her chin toward Goku, her pulse rifle not wavering from its aim at his chest. What's his story? He's Doctor. Vess hesitated. A unique case. He appears to have some form of influence over Xenomorph behavior. I witnessed it firsthand. That's impossible, Dax stated flatly. Nothing controls these things except a queen. I don't really control them, Goku clarified. It's more like, they recognize something in me. Or my energy. His physiology is unlike anything I've seen, Drive. Vess added. Xenomorph acid blood has no effect on his tissue. This got Commander Dax's attention. Her eyes narrowed as she studied Goku more carefully, noting his unusual clothing and the relaxed confidence with which he stood in a corridor still filled with motionless Xenomorphs. We can discuss this once we're secure, she finally decided. Doctor. Vess, you're coming with us. You, Goku. You too, but at the first sign of anything suspicious, my team will not hesitate. That's fair, Goku agreed easily. So what's the plan? Rescue everyone and leave. There's no one left to rescue except Drive. Vess, Dax replied grimly. After we secure the primary research data, this station is scheduled for complete sterilization. Nothing can be allowed to escape, especially not Xenomorph specimens. As if understanding her words, the Xenomorphs began retreating, melting back into the shadows of the station. One lingered longer than the others, its eyeless face turned toward Goku. He felt that strange connection again, stronger this time, like a whisper just below the threshold of hearing. They're retreating, one of the Marines observed, surprise evident in his voice. I've never seen them do that before. Stay alert, Commander Dax ordered. This could be a new hunting strategy. She gestured for two Marines to escort Drive. Vess, then addressed Goku directly. You walk point with me. I want to see exactly what happens when we encounter more of them. They moved through the station as a tight unit. Goku and Commander Dax in front, Drive. Vess protected in the middle, and the remaining Marines covering their flanks and rear. Dax maintained a professional distance, but Goku could sense her intense curiosity beneath the military discipline. So you're saying you're from another universe entirely? She asked in a low voice as they navigated through a particularly damaged section of corridor. Yep, where I'm from, we have aliens too, but nothing quite like these Xenomorphs, Goku replied. I was in the middle of a pretty intense battle when I got pulled through some kind of dimensional tear. Convenient story, Dax noted skeptically. One that's impossible to verify. Goku shrugged good-naturedly. I guess it does sound pretty far-fetched. But it's the truth. Truth is relative in my experience. Dax replied. Results are what matter. And so far, you've demonstrated an unprecedented effect on xenomorph behavior. That makes you either an incredible asset or an incredible threat. I'm usually on the saving people side of things, Goku assured her with a smile that seemed out of place in the grim surroundings. Dax didn't return the smile. We'll see. They reached a junction where the corridor split into 3 directions. Dax consulted a holographic map projected from her wrist device. Central command is through the maintenance shaft to the right, she announced. Faster route to the docking bay where our ship is stationed. As they turned toward the maintenance shaft, Goku felt a sudden pulse of something. Not quite danger, but awareness. A foreign consciousness brushing against his mind. He stopped, looking back down the left corridor. Something's that way, he said, pointing. Something bigger. Dax frowned. The left leads to the primary research containment. It's a dead end. No, drive. Vess interrupted, stepping forward. It leads to where we were keeping the xenomorph specimens. Including what, Doctor? Dax demanded. A queen embryo. Doctor. Vess admitted reluctantly. It was in cryostasis, but if the containment systems failed during the outbreak. A Marine's voice crackled over Dax's comm unit. Commander. Motion trackers are going crazy in Section 7G. Multiple signatures converging. That's the primary containment area, drive. Vess whispered, her face paling. Dax made a rapid series of hand signals. And the Marine squad immediately shifted formation. Change of plans. We need to verify containment status before extraction. If a queen has matured, the entire sector quarantine protocol changes. I'll go. Goku volunteered. I can move faster alone, and the xenomorphs seem less likely to attack me. Dax considered this for only a moment before nodding. Jacobson, give him a comm unit. Ramirez, share your motion tracker. We'll hold this position and secure the doctor while you scout ahead. Report everything you see. If containment has been breached, do not engage, return immediately for a coordinated response. Goku accepted the small communication device, attaching it to his ear, and a wrist-mounted motion tracker that seemed almost comically small on his muscular forearm. Just press this to talk, Jacobson explained, pointing to a small button on the comm unit. Motion tracker will vibrate if it detects movement. Red dots are moving targets, blue dot is you. Got it, Goku nodded. I'll be back soon. Quote, he moved down the left corridor at a pace that was swift but not utilizing his full speed, wanting to remain aware of his surroundings. The walls here were different, reinforced with additional metal plating and marked with biohazard symbols. The organic resin formations were thicker, forming intricate patterns that pulsed with subtle bioluminescence. The motion tracker on his wrist vibrated, its small screen showing multiple red dots moving in the vicinity, but strangely, they were moving away from him, clearing a path. Goku touched the comm unit. Commander Dax, the xenomorphs are moving out of my way. It's like they know I'm coming and are making a path. Stay alert, Dax's voice came back. This behavior is unprecedented. The corridor widened into a large chamber that must have once been a secure laboratory. Now it was transformed into something else entirely, a cathedral-like space with organic columns stretching from floor to ceiling. The resin formations here were massive, creating a structure that seemed both architectural and biological. And at the center, whoa, Goku breathed, seated on what could only be described as a throne of biomechanical material was a creature that dwarfed the xenomorphs he'd encountered earlier. Its elongated head was crowned with a massive crest, and its limbs were both more numerous and more articulated. Where the drone xenomorphs had been sleek and simple in design, this creature was ornate, almost regal in its terrifying complexity. The queen, she was attached to what appeared to be an enormous egg-laying apparatus. Organic tubes connecting her lower body to a pulsating sac that periodically contracted to deposit oval objects, eggs, onto the chamber floor. Drone xenomorphs moved around her in patterns that suggested purpose and hierarchy, tending to the eggs and maintaining the resin structures. Goku touched his comm unit. I found the Queen. She's impressive. As containment breached, Dax's voice was tense. If by containment you mean, is she locked up? Then definitely not, Goku replied. She's built some kind of nest and is laying eggs. There are maybe 30, 40 other Xenomorphs with her. Get out of there now, Dax ordered. We need to implement emergency protocols immediately. But Goku wasn't listening anymore. The Queen had noticed him. Her massive head turned with deliberate slowness, focusing on the psytrance to her chamber. The drones ceased their activities, turning in unison to face the intruder. Instead of the hissing aggression the drones had initially shown, a different sound filled the chamber, a low, resonant vibration that Goku felt in his bones. The Queen was communicating, not just with her drones, but attempting to communicate with him. Goku took a step forward, curiosity overcoming caution. Hello there, I'm Goku. The vibration changed pitch, becoming almost melodic. The drones parted, creating a clear path between Goku and the Queen. It was an invitation, or a challenge. Goku, report, what's happening? Dax's voice came urgently through the comm. I think she wants to talk to me, Goku replied, continuing to walk forward. As he approached the Queen, the connection he'd felt with the individual Xenomorphs expanded exponentially. It was like standing in the center of a vast neural network, feeling the pulse of thousands of minds linked together in perfect synchronicity. The Queen was the nexus of this network, her consciousness infinitely more complex than the drones. Goku stopped a respectful distance from the throne, looking up at the massive creature. Can you understand me? The Queen lowered her head, bringing her eyeless face closer to Goku's. Her inner jaws extended slightly, not in the violent striking motion they were designed for, but in what seemed almost like ascending behavior, taking in Goku's unique physiology. Then, clarity bloomed in Goku's mind. Not words, but concepts, impressions, emotions. The Queen was curious about him. His energy, his immunity to their blood, his strange existence that didn't fit into her understanding of prey or threat. He was something new, something outside her experience, yet something that resonated with the fundamental nature of her species. Instinctively, Goku raised a hand wreathed in gentle ki energy. I'm not here to hurt you or your children. I'm just trying to understand where I am and how to get home. The Queen's response came as a series of impressions: territorial protectiveness, recognition of power, and something unexpected, respect. The concept of home triggered confusion, then understanding as the Queen conveyed an impression of stars, distant worlds, hunting grounds beyond this station. You want to leave too, Goku realized. This station isn't your real home either. Goku. Dax's voice was sharp in his ear. We're detecting an energy surge in your location. What's happening? Before Goku could respond, the Queen's posture changed. Her massive head turned toward the entrance, and a wave of alarm swept through the hive mind. Goku felt it like a cold wind. Danger approaching, threat to the eggs, protect the future. The drones began moving with renewed purpose, some forming defensive positions while others began gathering eggs and moving them deeper into the nest. The Queen's attention returned to Goku, and he received a clear impression: warning, urgency, impending destruction. Commander, Goku said into the comm, I think something bad is about to happen. The Queen is acting like. A massive explosion rocked the station, much larger than the controlled detonations the Marines had been using. Emergency alarms began blaring throughout the facility. It's not us, Dax shouted through the comm. The station's self-destruct has been remotely activated. We have 15 minutes before total structural failure. Get back here now, the Queen screamed, a sound so piercing that Goku winced in pain. It wasn't just an expression of anger, but a command to her entire hive: evacuation protocols. The drones moved with frantic efficiency, detaching the Queen from her egg-laying apparatus in a process that seemed painful but necessary. They're trying to escape too, Goku reported, backing away as the massive Queen rose to her full height, supported by drones on either side. They know the station is going to explode. Quote, of course they do, drive. Vessa's voice came through the comm. Their intelligence has been consistently underestimated. Thermal readings suggest they've already breached the outer hull in Section 12. They're creating an escape route. Can they survive in space? Goku asked, watching as the organized evacuation continued around him. Temporarily. Drive. Vess confirmed. Long enough to reach our vessel if we don't leave immediately. Goku made a decision. I'm on my way back. But Commander, these creatures are just trying to survive. Maybe we don't need to. This is not a negotiation. Dax cut him off. Xenomorph containment is absolute priority. If even one escapes to reach a populated world. Another explosion shook the station, closer this time. The lights flickered and emergency bulkheads began slamming shut throughout the facility. Move now or be left behind, Dax ordered. Goku took one last look at the Queen, who had turned to face him again. The impression she projected was complex. Recognition, challenge, and something almost like anticipation, as if she sensed their paths would cross again. Then she turned away, leading her drones toward their escape route. Goku raced back through the corridors, now lit only by emergency lighting and the fires spreading from damaged systems. He moved at full speed now, no longer concerned about attracting attention. The Xenomorphs had their own priorities, and they didn't include attacking him. He reached the junction where Dax and her team were waiting. Drive. Vess looking anxious but composed. The Queen is evacuating her hive, Goku reported as they began moving toward the docking bay. They're headed for the outer hull in Section 12. Ramirez, inform the Dauntless to target Section 12 with point defense systems as soon as we're aboard, Dax ordered. Nothing leaves this station alive. They reached the docking bay after navigating a series of partially collapsed corridors. A sleek military transport waited, its engines already warming. The Marines formed a defensive perimeter while the boarding ramp descended. Life support is failing throughout the station. Drive. Vess noted, checking a data terminal near the airlock. Oxygen levels critical in most sections. We have less than 8 minutes before complete structural failure. As they boarded the transport, Yu felt a strange sensation, a pressure building in his mind, like the moment before a lightning strike. He turned back toward the station's interior, sensing the distant consciousness of the Queen reaching out to him one final time. The impression was clear, a challenge, a recognition of equal predators, and a promise of future encounters. Then it was gone, the connection severed as the transport's airlock sealed shut. Everyone secure for emergency departure, Dax ordered, strapping herself into a command seat at the front of the transport. The other Marines followed suit, securing drive. Vess before taking their own positions. Goku found an empty seat, fastening the unfamiliar harness as the transport's engines roared to life. Through a viewport, he watched as they detached from the dying station. Thrusters carrying them quickly away from its deteriorating structure. Target Section 12, Dax commanded. Full weapons spread. On the viewport's display, Goku saw energy weapons firing. From their larger ship, the Dauntless, targeting the section where the Xenomorphs were attempting their escape. Explosions bloomed against the dark hull of the station. Confirmed hits, a Marine reported. No biological signatures detected leaving the hull breach. Goku wasn't so certain. Something told him the Queen was too intelligent, too adaptable to be caught so easily. The connection he'd felt with her hinted at depths of cunning that human technology might not be equipped to track. The transport docked with the larger military vessel, the Dauntless, just as the research station began its final catastrophic collapse. From the safety of the docking bay, they watched on a large display screen as the station imploded, its reactor going critical in a blinding flash that momentarily outshone the NN meant confirmed. Dax announced with grim satisfaction. All Xenomorph signatures terminated with station destruction. The Marines began removing their armor, the tension of the mission giving way to the subdued relief of survivors. Dr. Vess was immediately escorted to medical facilities for examination, but not before giving Goku a significant look that promised future conversations. Commander Dax approached Goku, her expression unreadable. You'll be debriefed in secure facilities once we reach Arcturus Station. Until then, you'll be under observation in guest quarters. Am I a prisoner? Goku asked, not confrontationally but with genuine curiosity. Let's call it protected status, Dax replied. Your abilities and your effect on the Xenomorphs are unprecedented. That makes you valuable, and potentially dangerous. Goku nodded, understanding the caution even if he didn't share it. Fair enough, though I'd really like to find a way back to my own universe eventually. One problem at a time, Dax said. gesturing for him to follow a marine escort. For now, rest. You'll have plenty of questions to answer soon enough. The guest quarters were comfortable if spartan. A small room with basic amenities and, Goku noted with amusement, no obvious way to open the door from the inside. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes to meditate and process everything that had happened. As his consciousness turned inward, seeking the familiar patterns of his ki, Goku encountered something unexpected, a shadow in his mind, a resonance left behind by his contact with the xenomorph hive mind. It wasn't intrusive or controlling, just present, like the echo of a conversation that lingered in a quiet room. Curious, Goku reached toward this shadow with his thoughts. Immediately, his mind filled with alien impressions, stars seen from unfamiliar angles, worlds with atmospheres of different compositions, hunting grounds stretching across galaxies. The Xenomorph species was far more widespread than the humans realized, existing in hidden pockets throughout known and unknown space. And somewhere, distant but distinct, he sensed the Queen, alive, moving through the void. Her consciousness reaching back toward his like a predator recognizing a worthy adversary across a vast plain. Goku opened his eyes, a slight smile forming on his lips. The Queen had survived, just as he'd suspected. And something told him their paths would cross again soon. As the Dauntless accelerated away from the destroyed station, Goku looked out his small viewport at the stars of this unfamiliar universe. He was stranded, separated from everyone and everything he knew, but not without purpose. Something was happening here, a convergence of powers and species that had brought him to this exact place and time. The Saiyan in him, the warrior born of an apex predator race, recognized the challenge ahead. And as always, he would face it head-on. In his mind, the shadow pulsed once, like a distant heartbeat acknowledging his thoughts. The connection remained. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2, The Alpha Strain. Arcturus Station hung in space like a metallic spider, its 8 mass arms extending from a central hub that gleamed under the light of the system's blue-white star. Each arm housed different facilities, military, research, civilian, and administrative, interconnected by a web of transport tubes and communication systems. Unlike the doomed research station, Arcturus pulsed with life and purpose, its 50,000 inhabitants representing the most advanced scientific and military minds in human space. Goku watched the approach from a viewport in the Dauntless's medical bay, where he'd spent the 3 days of transit undergoing constant observation. Dr. Vess hadn't left his side except to sleep, monitoring his vital signs and collecting samples with an enthusiasm that reminded him of Bulma in her more scientific moods. "That's Arcturus Station?" he asked, pressing a hand against the transparent material. "It's beautiful. It's the central command hub for this sector, Drive," Vess replied, not looking up from her data tablet. "Built 60 years ago as a joint military scientific venture after first contact with the xenomorph species." Goku turned from the viewport. "You've been fighting these creatures for 60 years. Fighting, studying, containing, Drive," Vess corrected. The xenomorphs were first encountered on a mining colony in the Zeta Reticuli system. Of the 42 colonists, only one survived to warn humanity. She finally looked up, her eyes reflecting the station's lights. Since then, there have been 19 major outbreaks and over 200 minor containment incidents. The death toll exceeds 300,000. And you still don't understand them," Goku observed. Dr. Vess's mouth tightened. "We understand enough to know they're the perfect predatory organism. What we don't understand is how you can influence them." The door to the medical bay slid open, admitting Commander Dax. She'd shed her combat armor for a dress uniform that emphasized the authority in her bearing. The white streak in her dark hair seemed to glow under the medical bay's lights. "We're docking in 20 minutes, she announced. "Dr. Vess, I trust your initial report is ready for the Science Directorate." "Complete but inconclusive, Drive," Vess replied, handing over her data tablet. "His physiology defies categorization by our current standards. Cell structure similar to human but significantly denser, with energy conductivity patterns of never seen before. And his DNA." She shook her head. "The sequencing shows sections that appear to actively rewrite themselves in response to external stimuli." "In simpler terms," Dax prompted, "he's a biological impossibility, Drive," Vess stated flatly. At least by the evolutionary standards of our universe. Goku smiled sheepishly. Saiyans are pretty tough. We're built to adapt and get stronger after every fight. Quote, which explains your unusual healing rate, drive. Vess nodded. The lacerations from the Xenomorph's tail have completely regenerated without scarring. Dax studied Goku with new intensity. The Security Council is most interested in your influence over Xenomorph behavior. Dr. Vess's report suggests some form of psionic connection. It's not exactly mind control, Goku tried to explain. It's more like, they recognize something in me. Something familiar but stronger. A predator recognizing an apex predator, drive. Vess suggested, though that doesn't explain the neurological connection. Quote, whatever it is, Dax said, the council wants it studied extensively. You'll be transferred to a specialized containment unit in Research Arm 3 upon arrival. Goku frowned. Containment unit? I thought I was a guest. You are, Dax assured him, though her tone remained professional. But a guest with unprecedented abilities in relation to our most dangerous enemy. The containment is as much for your protection as ours. The Dauntless docked with mechanical precision, connecting to one of the station's military berths. A security detail was why. When the airlock opened, 8 soldiers in light combat gear, weapons not drawn but conspicuously present. Behind them stood a man whose pristine white uniform and collection of medals marked him as high-ranking. Admiral Chen, Dax acknowledged with a crisp salute. Commander. The Admiral's eyes moved past her to Goku. This is our visitor. Goku stepped forward, offering a friendly smile and an extended hand. I'm Son Goku. Nice to meet you. Admiral Chen regarded the hand for a moment before accepting it with a firm shake. Admiral James Chen, Arcturus Security Council. Welcome to our facility, though I wish it were under less, irregular circumstances. Yeah, dimensional travel can be pretty disruptive, Goku agreed casually. A flicker of amusement crossed the Admiral's stern features. Indeed, if you'll come with us, we've prepared specialized facilities to continue drive. Vess's research. They moved through the station in a tie the center, flanked by Dax and the Admiral, with security personnel creating a perimeter around them. Dr. Vess followed just behind, still making notes on a fresh data tablet. The corridors were wide and well lit, with civilians and Melita Rai personnel alike pausing to stare at the unusual procession. Word travels fast, Dax murmured. Information security is a persistent challenge on a station this size, Admiral Chen replied. The official story is that we're escorting a diplomatic representative from a newly contacted species. Goku took in his surroundings with curious eyes. The technology here was different from Earth's, more advanced in some ways. With holographic displays and silent automated systems, but lacking the capsule technology and gravity manipulation Bulma had pioneered. People wore streamlined clothing in subdued colors, many bearing insignia that presumably denoted their function or rank. They entered a transport tube that accelerated smoothly along one of the station's arms. Through the transparent ceiling, Goku could see ships of various sizes docking and departing, their running lights creating streams of color against the black of space. You have a lot of ships, he observed. Arcturus serves as the central hub for 3 sectors, Admiral Chen explained. Military vessels, research ships, commercial freighters, and civilian transports all pass through here. Makes it hard to keep track of what comes and goes. Goku said thoughtfully. Admiral Chen gave him a sharp look. Our security protocols are among the most stringent in colonized space. I'm sure they are, Goku replied easily. Just thinking about how the Queen escaped the research station despite all the security there. A tense silence followed this statement. Dax's posture stiffened, and Dr. Vess looked up from her tablet with alarm. The Queen was confirmed destroyed with the station, Dax stated firmly. Goku met her eyes. I can still feel her. Distant, but alive. Admiral Chen and Dax exchanged glances. We'll discuss this in a more secure location, the Admiral decided as the transport came to a halt. They disembarked into a section marked, Research Arm 3, Restricted Access. The corridors here were different, wider, with reinforced walls and multiple security checkpoints. Personnel wore specialized containment suits or carried scientific equipment. The air smelled of antiseptic and ozone. After passing through 3 separate security screenings, they reached a massive circular door bearing biohazard symbols and security warnings in multiple languages. Admiral Chen placed his hand on a scanner, leaned forward for a retinal scan, and spoke a command phrase. The door rotated open with pneumatic precision. "Welcome to Xenobiology Containment," he announced. "The most secure research facility in human space." Beyond the door stretched a vast laboratory complex. Transparent containment units lined the walls, some empty, others housing specimens that Goku couldn't identify from a distance. Scientists in protective gear moved between workstations, their conversations creating a background hum of technical terminology. At the center of the complex stood a circular chamber with transparent walls, clearly the destination intended for Goku. Inside was a simple bed, monitoring equipment, and facilities that suggested a longer stay than he'd anticipated. "This will be your accommodation while we study your unique attributes," Admiral Chen explained, noting Goku's expression. "The containment field is for mutual protection, preventing unauthorized access to you and allowing controlled study of your abilities." "It's a cell," Goku stated simply. "It's the most advanced research suite on the station, drive," Vess countered, stepping forward. "And I'll be overseeing all testing personally to ensure your comfort and safety." Goku considered the situation. He could leave if he wanted to. His power far exceeded anything these humans could use to contain him. But he was ill in an unfamiliar universe with no clear way home, and these people had information he needed. "All right," he decided, "but I have conditions." Admiral Chen raised an eyebrow. "You're not exactly in a position to." "I need proper food, lots of it," Goku continued, ignoring the Admiral's objection. "I need space to train daily. And I need your scientists to help me find a way back to my univers. While I'm helping you with your xenomorph problem." Dax looked surprised at his directness, while drive. Vess failed to hide a small smile. After a moment of consideration, Admiral Chen nodded. "Those terms are acceptable. Commander Dax will coordinate security protocols, and Dr. Vess will oversee your scientific collaboration. One more thing," Goku added. "I want your word that if I help you understand the xenomorphs, you'll use that knowledge to find a solution that doesn't just involve killing them all." This request created visible tension. Admiral Chen's expression hardened, and several nearby scientists stopped their work to listen. "The xenomorphs are not misunderstood creatures awaiting peaceful contact," Chen stated coldly. "They are perfect killing machines that have slaughtered hundreds of thousands." "I understand that," Goku replied, his normally cheerful demeanor replaced by something more serious. "But in my experience, treating every member of a species as my guarantees they'll never be anything else." Dr. Vess stepped closer. "From a scientific perspective, greater understanding could lead to more effective containment strategies that don't necessarily require extermination." Admiral Chen considered this for a long moment. "I cannot make policy for the entire Security Council. But I can ensure your perspective is included in any recommendations that arise from this research." Goku nodded, satisfied for now. "Then let's get started." The circular chamber became Goku's home for the next 5 days. True to their word, the scientists provided a MPLE food, expressing astonishment at the quantities he consumed, and converted a nearby testing area into a training space where he could perform at least basic exercises. Dr. Vess personally oversaw every test, her initial clinical detachment gradually warming as she witnessed Goku's cooperative nature and innocent curiosity about her work. Commander Dax visited daily, ostensibly to review security protocols but increasingly engaged in conversations about Goku's world and the battles he'd fought. On the 6th day, drive, Vess arrived with a team wheeling a sealed container that hummed with containment energy. "We're ready for the direct interaction test," she announced, her voice betraying a mix of scientific excitement and apprehension. Goku, who had been meditating, opened his eyes. "You brought a xenomorph here." "A drone specimen captured during a containment operation 2 months ago," she confirmed. "It's been in stasis until now." The container was moved into a specialized chamber adjacent to Goku's. Through the connecting wall, which could be made transparent with a control switch, he could see the metallic sarcophagus-like container being secured to the floor. Dr. Vess approached the transparent barrier between them. We'll release the specimen under controlled conditions. Multiple safety protocols are in place, including atmospheric barriers and rapid response neutralization systems. You're worried it might attack you, Goku observed. It's a xenomorph. Attacking is what they do, Drive. Vess replied. Though based on your previous interactions, we're hypothesizing a different response. Commander Dax entered the observation area, accompanied by 2 heavily armed security officers. All non-essential personnel have been evacuated from this section, she reported. Containment teams are on standby. Dr. Vess nodded and turned to a control panel. Initiating specimen revival sequence. Stasis field disengaging in 3, 2, 1. The container hissed as cryogenic gases escaped. Its sealed lid retracted slowly, revealing the sleek black form of a xenomorpedal position. For several seconds, it remained motionless. Then, with startling speed, T unfolded its limbs and leapt to the ceiling of the containment chamber, hissing aggressively. The scientists behind the observation glass flinched back, but Goku remained calm, studying the creature with interest. This specimen was slightly different from those he'd encountered on the research station. Its exoskeleton bore subtle ridges and its tail ended in a more pronounced barb. Different strain? He asked. Yes, Drive. Vess confirmed, impressed by his observation. This variant emerged from a different host species, a colonist from a heavy-gravity world. Note the reinforced limb structure and denser exoskeleton. The xenomorph paced the ceiling of its chamber, occasionally dropping to the walls or floor with liquid grace. Its head turned constantly, seeking escape or prey. When it aced the transparent barrier separating it from the humans, it hissed and clawed at the material, testing for weaknesses. Then it noticed Goku. The change was immediate and dramatic. The creature froze. Its eyeless face turned directly toward the Saiyan. The aggressive posture melted away, replaced by a stillness that reminded Goku of a predator assessing a superior threat. Remarkable, Drive, Vess whispered, fingers flying across her data tablet. Complete behavioral shift without any direct stimulus. It recognizes him, Dax observed. But how? This specimen has never encountered him before. The hive mind, Goku suggested. They're all connected somehow. This one knows what the others experienced. Dr. Vess looked up sharply. That would imply a connection spanning light years. Oh, our current understanding of xenomorph telepathy limits it to planetary ranges at most. Maybe your understanding is incomplete, Goku said gently. He approached the transparent barrier and placed his palm against it. The xenomorph mirrored his action on the other side, its clawed hand splaying against the barrier directly opposite Goku's. Can you remove this barrier between us? Goku asked. Alarmed murmurs swept through the observation area. Absolutely not, Dax stated firmly. The risk is unacceptable, Drive. Vess agreed. Even with your demonstrated influence, direct physical contact has not been tested. Goku turned to face them. You brought it here to understand our connection. The best way to do that is to let me interact with it directly. And if it attacks? Dax challenged. Then I'll defend myself. Goku replied simply. But it won't. Dr. Vess and Dax exchanged looks, conducting a silent debate through expressions alone. Finally, Drive. Vess turned to the security team. Prepare emergency containment protocols. Neutralization teams on immediate standby. She approached a different control panel and entered a complex series of commands. I'm creating a small aperture in the barrier, 1 meter square. It can be resealed instantly at the first sign of aggression. A section of the transparent barrier between the chambers receded, creating the promised opening. The xenomorph reacted immediately, dropping from the ceiling to approach the opening with cautious movements. It paused at the threshold, its head tilting as if considering the invitation. Goku remained perfectly still, his hand still extended but now without the barrier between them. It's okay, he said softly. I'm not going to hurt you. The tension in the observation room was palpable. Security officers raised their weapons. Scientists held their breath, and Commander Dax's hand hovered over an emergency containment control. With deliberate slowness, the xenomorph extended its elongated head through the opening. Its inner jaws remained retracted as it moved closer to Goku's outstretched hand. When it was inches away, it paused, emitting a soft clicking sound that Goku had come to recognize as non-aggressive communication. That's it, Goku encouraged. We're just getting to know each other. The Xenomorph completed its approach, gently pressing its smooth, eyeless head against Goku's palm. The contact created an immediate connection, stronger and clearer than before. Goku felt the creature's consciousness like a cold current flowing into his mind, carrying alien impressions and instincts. Behind him, Drive, Vess was rapidly recording observations. Pupillary dilation, altered brainwave patterns, he's establishing a direct neural connection. The Xenomorph's posture changed, becoming almost deferential. It lowered its head and body in a motion that unmistakably conveyed submission, then backed slightly away, maintaining visual focus on Goku. It's acknowledging him as dominant, Dax realized. Like an alpha predator. Not just dominant, Drive. Vess corrected, reviewing incoming data. Look at the pheromone analysis, it's registering him as biologically superior. This goes beyond behavioral hierarchy. Goku knelt to bring himself to the Xenomorph's level. The creature remained still, allowing him to examine it more closely. He noticed details invisible from AD. Stance. The subtle patterns in its exoskeleton, the controlled breathing through nearly invisible respiratory openings, the complex musculature beneath the sleek exterior. You're amazing, he told it sincerely. A perfect survivor. The Xenomorph responded with another soft clicking sound, then did something unexpected. It extended one clawed hand and carefully, precisely, drew 3 parallel lines on the floor between them. It's communicating, Drive. Vess breathed, her scientific detachment momentarily shattered by wonder. Deliberate symbolic representation. Goku studied the marks, then used his finger to draw a circle connecting the ends of the lines. The Xenomorph observed this addition, then added another mark, a diagonal line bisecting the circle. What does it mean? Dax asked, her voice hushed despite herself. I'm not sure, Goku admitted. But we're having a conversation. The exchange continued for several minutes, simple marks and symbols drawn by both participants, reading a rudimentary form of communication that transcended the vast biological differences between them. Throughout the interaction, the neural connection between them strengthened, allowing ions and concepts to flow alongside the visual symbols. Enough for today, Drive. Vess finally announced. We need to process this data before proceeding further. The Xenomorph seemed to sense the conclusion of their session. It made one final mark, a simple curve resembling a crescent moon, then backed away to its side of the barrier. The aperture closed seamlessly, re-establishing complete separation. That was incredible, Goku said, rising to his feet. Did you get what you needed? Doctor. Vess looked up from her data tablet, her eyes wide with excitement barely contained by scientific discipline. What we needed, Goku. You've just demonstrated the first meaningful communication with a Xenomorph in 60 years of contact. This changes everything. Commander Dax's expression was more reserved, but Goku could see she was equally affected. The Security Council will want a full report immediately. Of course, Drive. Vess agreed. But first, we need to run comparative analysis on the biological samples we collected during the interaction. Over the next 2 days, the tests intensified. Blood samples from both Goku and the Xenomorph were analyzed side by side. Tissue cultures were combined under controlled conditions. Neural activity was mapped during repeated interaction sessions, each more complex than the last. On the 9th day, Drive. Vess arrived earlier than usual, her normally composed expression replaced by barely contained excitement. We've made a breakthrough, she announced as soon as the containment field admitted her to Goku's chamber. Something unprecedented. Goku, who had been performing a series of katas, paused mid-movement. What did you find? Your DNA, she began, activating a holographic display that filled the center of the chamber with swirling molecular models. When introduced to Xenomorph genetic mat resist assimilation, it dominates. The hologram showed a time-lapse sequence of cellular interaction. Goku's DNA, represented in blue, encountered Xenomorph DNA in red. Rather than the two remaining separate or the Xenomorph strain attempting to convert the Saiyan material, Goku's DNA actively reorganized the Xenomorph structures. In every test case, your genetic pattern established dominance within minutes, Drive. Vess continued. The Xenomorph DNA doesn't fight this process, it adapts to it, maintaining its core characteristics. Chi reorganizing to accommodate your genetic influence. Goku studied the hologram with unusual seriousness. What does that mean exactly? It means your DNA can potentially reshape xenomorph biology, drive. Vess explained. In theory, it could create a new strain influenced by your genetic characteristics. Is that why they recognize me? Because on some level, they sense this compatibility. It's more than compatibility, drive. Vess corrected. It's evolutionary recognition. The xenomorph species adapts by incorporating genetic material from host organisms, becoming stronger with each iteration. Your Saiyan DNA represents an evolutionary plateau they've never encountered, apex predator genetics beyond anything in our universe. Goku absorbed this information thoughtfully. So I could change them. Potentially, drive. Vess confirmed, though the practical application would require. An alarm suddenly blared throughout the facility, cutting her off. Red emergency lights began pulsing in sequence, and security announcements echoed through the speakers. Attention all personnel. Security breach in Research Arm 3. Containment protocols engaged. This is not a drill. Repeat. This is not a drill. Commander Dax's voice came through Goku's personal communication device. Stay in your containment unit. Armed response teams are en route. What's happening? Goku asked Drive. Vess, who was already accessing security feeds on her tablet. Her face paled. Multiple containment failures in the specimen storage area. Including. She looked up at Goku, her expression grave. Including our xenomorph test subject. Goku's senses expanded outward, seeking the familiar cold presence of the xenomorph mind. He found it immediately. Not just one, but several, their consciousness linked. Ed in the hive pattern he'd come to recognize. There's more than one loose, he informed her. At least 5, maybe more. Impossible, Drive. Vess insisted. We only had 3 specimens in containment, and 2 were embryonic. The security feeds on her tablet flickered, showing chaos in the corridors beyond their secure area. Scientific personnel were being evacuated while security teams moved in tactical formation, weapons ready. In one corner of the feed, a dark shape moved with frightening speed across a ceiling, disappearing into a ventilation shaft. The specimens are behaving abnormally, Drive. Vess noted. Professional observation overcoming fear. Movement patterns suggest coordinated action rather than instinctive response. The containment field around Goku's chamber suddenly powered down. The humming energy barrier dissipating without warning. That shouldn't be possible, Drive. Vess whispered. The containment systems have independent power and multiple redundancies. Someone's done this deliberately, Goku concluded, stepping out of his chamber for the first time in 9 days. We need to find Commander Dax. Doctor. Vess hesitated only briefly before nodding. The command center is 3 levels up. If anyone knows what's happening, she will. They moved quickly through the research complex, encountering scenes of growing chaos. Abandoned equipment lay scattered where scientists had fled, and the occasional blood spatter marked where some hadn't escaped in time. Emergency bulkheads were closing throughout the facility, compartmentalizing the threat but also limiting evacuation routes. Goku stopped suddenly, placing a protective arm in front of Dr. Vess. Something's coming. A ventilation grate above them burst outward as a xenomorph dropped into the corridor. It was their test subject. Goku recognized the distinctive ridges on its exoskeleton, but its behavior was drastically different. It moved with aggressive purpose, its tail lashing the air as it advanced toward them. It's not responding to your presence, Drive. Vess observed, backing away. The connection is broken. Goku stepped forward, channeling ki to his hands. Let me try something. He released a controlled pulse of energy similar to what had established their connection initially. The xenomorph paused, its head tilting in recognition, but then continued its advance with a threatening hiss. Something's interfering with our connection, Goku realized. It recognizes me but can't respond properly. The creature lunged forward with startling speed. Goku intercepted it mid-leap, careful to avoid its acid blood as he redirected its momentum into a nearby wall. The impact would have killed a human, but the xenomorph simply rolled with the force and came up in a ready stance. We need to move, Goku told Drive. Vess, I don't want to kill it if I don't have to. They continued toward the command center, evading rather than confronting the xenomorphs they encountered. Goku's enhanced senses allowed him to detect the creatures before they appeared, giving them precious seconds to find alternative routes. The command center's entrance was guarded by 4 Marines in full combat gear. They raised their weapons as Goku and Dr. Vess approached. "Hold fire." Dr. Vess called out. Dr. Liara Vess and Special Consultant Son Goku requesting entry. After a tense moment of identity verification, they were admitted to the command center, a circular room dominated by holographic displays showing security feeds from throughout the research arm. Commander Dax stood at the central console, directing response teams with calm efficiency despite the crisis. "Goku, Dr. Vess." She acknowledged them without looking up from the tactical display. "I'm glad you're safe. We have a situation. Someone released the Xenomorphs deliberately," Goku stated. "And they're doing something to block my connection with them." This got Dax's full attention. "Explain." Dr. Vess stepped forward. "Our test subject is behaving abnormally, aggressive toward Goku despite previously established dominance patterns. And the security feeds show coordinated movement suggesting external control. Sabotage," Dax confirmed grimly. "We've identified multiple breaches in containment protocols, all requiring high-level access. And there's more." She gestured to a particular security feed shown. "GA laboratory deeper in the research arm. Someone accessed the embryonic specimens and accelerated their development cycle. They reached maturity within minutes instead of days. That shouldn't be possible." Drive. Vess protested. And yet, Dax switched the display to show another feed, this one capturing a figure in a laboratory coat injecting something into an environmental control panel. The figure's face was obscured, but their movements were purposeful and unhurried. "We've lost contact with research levels 4 through 6, Dax continued. 67 personnel unaccounted for. Emerg and C bulkheads are containing the outbreak for now, but if the Xenomorphs reach the central ventilation system, they could spread throughout the station." Drive. Vess finished. "Thousands would die." "I can help," Goku offered. "Even without the connection, I can track and contain them." Dax studied him for a moment, then nodded sharply. "Authorized." Dr. Vess, continue analyzing the interference pattern. If we can restore Goku's influence over the specimens, containment becomes much simpler. "Commander," a Marine called from a monitoring station. "Unauthorized ship just detached from docking arm 2. Ignoring hail protocols." "Identity," Dax demanded. "Research vessel Prometheus. Registered to." The Marine's voice faltered. "To Dr. Elias Vaughn, Xenobiology Advanced Research Division. He was reported killed on an expedition to LV-426 last year." "Apparently not," Dax said grimly. "And now he's leaving with whatever data he came for." She turned to another officer. "Pursuit authorized. Alert the Dauntless." A violent impact shook the command center, cutting off further discussion. Warning lights flashed as structural integrity alarms blared. "Breach in command level bulkhead." A security officer shouted. "Multiple hostiles incoming." The reinforced doors to the command center began to glow red as acid ate through the metal from the other side. Marines took up defensive positions, weapons aimed at the failing barrier. "Evacuate essential personnel," Dax ordered calmly. "Initiate command transfer to secondary operations." As staff rushed to comply, the doors finally gave way. Xenomorphs poured through the opening. Not just drones but a larger variant Goku hadn't seen before, with armored ridges and massive claws. "Praetorians." Drive. Vess identified them. Our scientific detachment momentarily overtaking fear. "Queen's Guards. They shouldn't be here." The Marines opened fire, their specialized ammunition designed to minimize acid splash damage. 2 Xenomorphs fell, but the others moved with coordinated precision, using the fallen bodies as shields while advancing from multiple angles. Goku moved in front of Dr. Vess and Commander Dax, gathering his ki. "Get everyone out the back way. I'll handle this." "There are too many," Dax objected. "Even with your abilities." "Trust me," Goku said, his normally cheerful expression replaced by the focused intensity of a warrior. "This isn't my first battle." Dax held his gaze for a moment, then nodded. "Marines, fall back with remaining personnel. Secure the secondary command post." As the others retreated, Goku faced the advancing Xenomorphs alone. They hesitated briefly, some primal recognition still functioning despite whatever interference blocked their connection. Goku used that moment to channel his ki, not into an attack but into a field of energy that surrounded him like a second skin. Let's see if we can understand each other without words, he told the creatures, dropping into a fighting stance. The Praetorian charged first, its massive form barreling toward him with surprising speed. Goku sidestepped, using the creature's momentum to direct it into a wall while simultaneously dodging a tail strike from a drone. His movements were precise, avoiding acid blood while neutralizing threats. 3 drones coordinated an attack from different angles. Goku leapt upward, allowing them to collide beneath him. Then pushed off the ceiling to land behind the group. A pulse of ki energy stunned 2 of the smaller Xenomorphs, sending them into convulsions similar to what he'd observed during their first connection. Something's definitely interfering, he muttered to himself. The energy affects them, but the connection can't form properly. The battle continued for several minutes. Goku carefully incapacitating rather than killing his opponents. He was so focused on the Xenomorphs that he almost missed the new presence entering the command center, a tall, humanoid figure, whose outline seemed to shimmer and distort the light around it. The figure decloaked, revealing a being unlike any Goku had encountered in this universe. Over 7 feet tall, with mottled skin and an alien face covered partially by a metallic mask. Its body was muscular and adorned with primitive-looking armor over advanced technology. Most notable were the weapons, wrist-mounted blades, shoulder-mounted energy weapons, and various other devices Goku didn't recognize. The newcomer surveyed the scene, Goku surrounded by injured but not killed Xenomorphs, with visible interest. Then it made a clicking sound that reminded Goku of the Xenomorphs, communication but with a different pattern and complexity. "You fight with honor," the being stated in a deep, resonant voice that seemed artificially translated. "Not like the soft meat." "Thanks," Goku replied, maintaining his combat stance but shifting to include this new potential threat in his awareness. "Who are you?" The being placed a fist against its chest in a formal gesture. "I am Kalera, hunter of the Shadow Clan, blooded warrior of the Yautja." "I'm Goku," he responded simply. "Saiyan from Earth, though not this universe's Earth." Kalera tilted her head, for something in the being's posture and voice suggested female gender despite the massive physique. "Your prey," she gestured to the subdued Xenomorphs. "You do not take trophies." "They're not really prey," Goku explained. "Something's wrong with them. Someone's interfering with our connection." "Connection?" Kalera moved closer, studying him with greater interest. Her mask seemed to scan him, lights flickering across its surface. "You claim kinship with the hard meat." "Not kinship exactly. More like recognition." Goku relaxed slightly, sensing that while dangerous, Kalera wasn't an immediate threat. "What brings a hunter like you to this station?" Kalera gestured to the Xenomorphs. "Hard meat moves in strange patterns. Not natural. Yautja hunting. Parties find prey behaving wrong on 3 worlds. I follow trail here. Someone's experimenting with them," Goku confirmed. "Changing their behavior. Maybe creating new types." This information used Kalera to make a harsh clicking sound that Goku interpreted as displeasure or alarm. "Dishonorable. Hard meat is perfect prey. Changing them upsets the balance." A movement behind Kalera caught Goku's attention. One of the Praetorians was regaining consciousness, rising silently with deadly intent. Before Goku could warn her, Kalera spun with unexpected speed, extending a wrist blade that RCED the creature's skull with surgical precision. "I see prey before it moves," she stated, withdrawing the blade and wiping it clean of acid with a specialized cloth. "You were testing me." "Not intentionally," Goku assured her with a small smile. "But good reflexes." Kalera made what might have been a laugh, a series of clicking sounds with a different rhythm. "You are strange prey yourself. Not human, not Yautja. Something new." "I'm not prey," Goku corrected gently but firmly. "I'm a warrior, like you." Kalera studied him for a long moment, then reached up and did something unexpected. She removed her mask. The face beneath was alien yet expressive, with mandibles framing a mouth filled with sharp teeth, a high forehead with spots and ridges, and eyes that held intelligence and pride. "Not prey," she agreed, in what Goku recognized as a significant concession. "Warrior." Their unusual introduction was interrupted by Commander Dax's voice over the command center's still-functioning communication system. "Goku, report status. Secondary command is secure." Goku touched the communication device they'd given him. "Command center secured. Xenomorphs contained." And we have a visitor. A hunter named Cholera. I think she's here to help. A pause, then, Yautja. On my station. Dax's voice carried both surprise and concern. Maintain position. Security team en route. Cholera replaced her mask, her posture tensing at the mention of security forces. Soft meat warriors come with weapons. Not honorable hunt. They're just cautious, Goku explained. Humans and Yautja don't have the best relationship. Complicated history, Cholera confirmed. Some hunts went wrong. Some humans took technology. Bad blood between our kinds. Maybe we can change that, Goku suggested. We have a common problem now. Someone's changing the Xenomorphs, the hard meat, and that affects both humans and Yautja, right? Cholera considered this, her Mosk scanning system still analyzing Goku. You speak truth. Dishonor touches all in this matter. After a moment's further consideration, she disengaged her weapon systems in a deliberate, visible manner. I will speak with your clan leaders. The security team arrived moments later, weapons raised but not firing when they saw the contained Xenomorphs and the imposing figure of Kalei beside Goku. Commander Dax followed, her expri. Seijan a careful mask of diplomatic neutrality. Commander Serena Dax, she introduced herself formally. Acting Security Chief of Arcturus Station. Cholera inclined her head slightly. Cholera of the Shadow Clan. I hunt dishonorable prey who changes the hard meat's nature. Dr. Vaughn, Dax stated, quickly grasping the connection. He escaped in a research vessel 20 minutes ago. I have tracked his vessel before. Cholera revealed. It carries scent markers my ship can follow. Dax's eyebrows rose slightly at this valuable information. We should continue this discussion in a more secure location. And we still have a xenomorph outbreak to contain. I can help with that, Goku offered. Even with the interference, I can track and subdue them. As can I, Cholera added, activating a wrist-mounted device that projected a three-dimensional map of heat signatures throughout the research arm. 16 hard meat signatures detected. 3 hunting packs, moving with purpose. Toward central ventilation. Dax concluded grimly. If they reach it, the entire station could be compromised. Then we stop them, Goku said simply, his confidence infectious despite the dire situation. The unlikely alliance split into coordinated teams. Goku with a marine squad taking the upper levels, Cholera hunting solo through the maintenance tunnels where her tracking skills would be most effective. And Commander Dax coordinating from the secondary command post with Dr. Vest continuing to analyze the interference pattern. As Goku moved through the station with his team, he felt a strange sensation building within him. The connection with the Xenomorphs, though distorted by whatever interference Vaughn had implemented, was still present on some level. Each encounter with one of the Creatu Res left an impression in his mind, not just tactical information but something deeper, more instinctive. He found himself sensing hidden Xenomorphs before his conscious mind could process the information. Responding to threats with predatory efficiency that surprised even the veteran Marines accompanying him. His movements became more fluid, his strikes more precise, as if some primal part of his Saiyan heritage was responding to the challenge. You move like them sometimes, one of the Marines observed after Goku incapacitated 3 drones in rapid succession, his movements almost too fast to follow. It's unsettling. Goku hadn't noticed the change himself, but now that it was pointed out, he recognized the truth in it. I think I'm adapting to them as much as they adapt to me, he admitted. Dr. Vest said something about my DNA influencing theirs, but maybe it works both ways. The Marine kept a slightly greater distance after that observation. 6 hours into the containment operation, Drive. Vest's voice came through the communication system with breakthrough news. I've isolated the interference pattern. It's a specialized pheromone compound introduced through the environmental systems. It's overriding the normal hive communication channels. Can you neutralize it? Dax asked. Already implementing a counteragent, Drive. Vest confirmed. But there's something else. The pheromone signature. It's not entirely artificial. It contains elements of queen pheromones, but modified, as if designed to mimic a queen while adding external control parameters. Someone's tree. To replace the queen's control with their own, Goku realized, thinking back to his connection with the queen on the research station. That's why they're behaving so strangely. Exactly, Drive. Vess agreed. And with the counteragent dispersing, your natural influence should reassert itself over the artificial commands. Goku felt the change almost immediately, a clearing of the static that had been interfering with his perception of the hive mind. The cold, alien presence of xenomorph consciousness became more distinct, more accessible. He reached out with his ki, extending his awareness toward the nearest hunting pack. Instead of the aggressive resistance he'd been encountering, he felt recognition flicker through their collective awareness. "It's working," he reported. "I can sense them responding." Kalera's voice came through the communication channel, her translated speech punctuated by clicks, hard meat in ventilation shaft changing direction. "Moving away from central systems. They're retreating to research level 6, Dax confirmed, watching the security feeds. Congregating in the main xenobiology lab. That's where the embryonic specimens were stored, Drive. Vess added. Something's drawing them there." Goku directed his team toward the location, feeling the pull himself, a growing concentration of xenomorph presence focused around a single point. When they reached the laboratory entrance, Kalera was already there, her MOSC sensors scanning through the sealed doors. "Something inside," she reported. "Not hard meat. Different." Using his enhanced strength, Goku forced the sealed doors open, revealing the laboratory beyond. The space had been transformed. Resin-like secretions covered much of the interior, forming the beginnings of a hive structure. In the center, surrounded by dormant xenomorphs, stood a cylindrical container filled with swirling blue liquid. "That's one of our genetic incubation chambers, Drive," Vess identified over the comm, watching through the team's camera feeds. "It's designed for accelerated organism development." Goku approached cautiously, the xenomorphs parting to allow him passage without aggression. The liquid in the chamber was pulsing with bioluminescence, a silhouette forming within, humanoid but wrong somehow, its proportions subtly alien. Dr. Vaughn was growing something, Goku observed. Using xenomorph DNA, but mixed with something else. Kalera joined him, her scanning systems analyzing the chamber's contents. Mixed prey. Abomination against natural order. The shape within the chamber moved, resting a distorted hand against the transparent wall. Goku felt a psychic pull, similar to the xenomorph hive mind but sharper, more focused, carrying fragments of human thought patterns alongside alien instincts. "It's aware," Goku reported, unnerved despite his extensive experience with strange beings. "And it's trying to communicate." "Doctor." Vess's voice came through with urgent scientific curiosity. "Can you describe the entity? Is it a human-xenomorph hybrid?" Before Goku could respond, the chamber's systems activated automatically, drainage protocols initiating as the blue liquid began to evacuate. Warning lights flashed around the laboratory as computer systems announced. "Incubation cycle complete. Specimen viability confirmed. Emergence sequence initiated. Stop that process immediately," Commander Dax ordered containment teams to research level 6. But it was too late. The chamber's transparent walls retracted as the last of the fluid drained away, leaving the figure inside exposed to the air for the first time. It collapsed forward, caught by Goku's reflexive movement before it could hit the floor. In his arms lay a being unlike anything he'd encountered, female in form. With pale skin interspersed with sections of the black, ribbed exoskeleton characteristic of xenomorphs. Her face was mostly human, hauntingly beautiful despite the alienness, but the back of her head extended into a shortened version of a xenomorph's elongated skull. Where a human would have hair, she had sensory tendrils that moved independently, tasting the air. Her eyes opened, startlingly human eyes, but with vertical pupils that contracted sharply in the laboratory light. "Hello," Goku said softly, unsure what else to say to this impossible being. She stared at him, confusion and recognition battling across her expression. When she spoke, her voice was melodic but with harmonics no human could produce. "I know you. In the dark place. I felt you." Kalera stepped back, weapons instinctively raised but not firing. "What is this thing?" "My name," the hybrid said, turn-infected clarity, "is Nova. He gave me that name." Her gaze returned to Goku. "No, not you. The other one. The one who made me." "Dr. Vaughn." Goku guessed. "He created you." Nova nodded, her movements becoming more coordinated by the second as her body adapted to consciousness. "From you. From them. She gestured to the xenomorphs surrounding them, who remained in a posture of passive waiting. He took your blood while you slept. Mixed it with theirs. With human. Made me. Dr. Vess's voice came through the comm, barely containing her scientific shock. A triple hybrid. Xenomorph, human, and Saiyan DNA. The genetic complexity would be unprecedented. Nova tilted her head, listening to T.H.E. disembodied voice with evident curiosity. The doctor woman. She was in my dreams too. Everyone watching. Always watching. Why did Vaughn create you? Goku asked gently, helping Nova stand as she gained better control of her limbs. To bridge worlds, she replied, her expression darkening. To control them. She looked at the surrounding xenomorphs. But he failed. They listen to you now. I feel it. Commander Dax's voice cut through the comm with military precision. Goku, this entity represents an extreme containment risk. Security protocol dictates immediate neutralization. Nova tensed at the threat, her more xenomorph-like features becoming more pronounced, her fingers extending into claws, a ridge of spines rising along her spine. She's not a threat, Goku countered firmly. She's a victim. Vaughn created her without her consent, tried to use her. We're not going to punish her for that. Cholera, surprisingly, lowered her weapons. The hybrid is new life. Not responsible for dishonorable creation. Yautja law gives new prey one hunt to prove worth. Nova looked between them, her expression showing a remarkably human gratitude alongside more alien calculation. I can help you find him. I know where he goes. I see it in the memories he gave me. That's valuable intelligence, Dax acknowledged reluctantly. But the risk. I'll take responsibility for her, Goku interrupted. She stays with me. A tense silence followed this declaration, broken finally by Dr. Vess. From a scientific perspective, Nova represents our best opportunity to understand Vaughn's intentions and methods. And her existence proves the viability of Goku's DNA as a controlling factor in xenomorph biology. Fine, Dax conceded, but full containment protocols remain in effect. And Cholera, she addressed the Yautja hunter. Your assistance in tracking Vaughn's vessel would be appreciated. Cholera made a series of clicks that the translation system rendered as thoughtful consideration. The prey is worthy. I will join this hunt. My ship can follow his trail through the void. With the immediate crisis contained, the xenomorphs now docile under Goku's influence and Nova providing a wealth of information about Vaughn's operations, the unlikely alliance gathered in a secure briefing room to plan their next steps. Admiral Chen, initially furious about the containment breach, became increasingly contemplative as he reviewed the evidence of Vaughn's extensive planning and infiltration. This goes beyond a rogue scientist, he concluded grimly. The access codes he used, the timing of the operation, he had help from within our security structure. The question is why, Dax said. What does he gain by creating hybrid organisms and disrupting xenomorph behavior patterns? Nova, now dressed in a modified containment suit that accommodated her unique physiology, spoke up from her position beside Goku. Control. He seeks ultimate control over them, over evolution itself. Dr. Vess, who had been analyzing data from the genetic incubation chamber, looked up from her tablet. The hybrid, Nova's, creation utilized a specialized viral vector to combine the three DNA sources. The same technology could theoretically be used to modify wild xenomorph populations on a massive scale. Weaponization, Admiral Chen concluded. If he could control xenomorph behavior while maintaining their lethal capabilities. The perfect army, Dax finished. Unstoppable, adaptable, and utterly loyal to whoever holds their leash. Cholera, who had been standing silently in a corner of the briefing room, made a disgusted sound. No honor in such warfare. Prey should remain prey, hunters remain hunters. Natural order must prevail. For once, I agree with the Yautja, Admiral Chen said dryly. This technology cannot be allowed to develop further. Commander Dax, prepare a pursuit mission. Dr. Vess, you'll accompany to provide scientific expertise. I'm going too, Goku stated rather than requested. Nova stays with me, and I'm the only one who can control the xenomorphs if we encounter more. As will I, Cholera added. My ship, my tracking, my hunt. Admiral Chen regarded the unusual group, a displaced Saiyan, a dedicated commander, a brilliant scientist, a Yautja hunter, and a unique hybrid being, with a mixture of concern and hope. Very well. You leave in 12 hours. The Dauntless is being prepared as we speak. He fixed each of them with a stern look. Find Vaughn, recover or destroy his research, and ensure this threat is neutralized permanently. As the others discussed operational details, Goku found himself drawn to a viewport overlooking the vast expanse of space beyond the station. Nova joined him silently, her movements already becoming more graceful as she adapted to her new existence. You feel it too, she observed softly. The changes. Goku glanced at her, curious. What changes? Inside, she placed a hand over her chest, then reached out to touch the same spot on Goku. The connection grows stronger, changes you as you change them. Goku couldn't deny it. Since establishing contact with the Xenomorphs, he'd noticed subtle shifts in his perceptions, his instincts. Even his fighting style, his Saiyan heritage, the innate predatory nature that he'd always tempered with Earth's more compassionate values, seemed more pronounced, more accessible. Is it making me more like them? He wondered aloud. Or making them more like me? Both, Nova answered simply. Adaptation goes both ways. Perfect organisms learn from each other. Commander Dax approached, interrupting their conversation. Mission briefing in 4 hours. Until then, I suggest you both rest. She hesitated, then added more personally, this won't be easy. Vaughn knows we're coming, and he's had months to prepare. Don't worry, Goku assured her with his characteristic optimism. I've faced worse odds before. As Dax left, Nova turned back to the viewport, her expression contemplative. She worries about you, the commander. Her heart beats faster when you're near. Goku blinked in surprise. You can hear her heartbeat. Nova nodded. All heartbeats. Yours is different, stronger, like drums beneath a mountain. She tilted her head curiously. The doctor woman's heart changes too when she looks at you. Different rhythm. Humans are complex. People usually are, Goku agreed. Slightly uncomfortable with this observation but not dismissing it. What about you? How do you feel, being new to the world? Nova considered the question with surprising depth. Torn between instincts. Human thoughts want to learn, understand, connect. Xenomorph instincts want to hunt, survive, protect hive. A small smile, startlingly human, curved her lips. Saiyan part wants to fight worthy opponents. Grow stronger. That definitely sounds like the Saiyan influence, Goku chuckled. Just remember, strength is best when it protects something important. Like you protect, Nova observed. Even those who fear you. This simple insight struck Goku deeply. Throughout his life, he'd often been feared for his power while using that same power to protect everyone he could. That Nova, barely hours into conscious existence, could perceive this paradox spoke to the complexity of her hybrid nature. Get some rest, he suggested gently. Tomorrow we start hunting. As Nova left for the specialized court, Goku remained at the viewport, his reflection superimposed over the stars beyond. For a moment, in the distortion of the transparent material, he thought. He saw something different in his reflection, a slight elongation of his features, a predatory intensity in his eyes that hadn't been there before. The connection was changing him, just as Nova had said. The question was, into what? Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Hunting Grounds. Stars stretched into luminous streaks as the UCSM Dauntless punched through the fabric of space. The military vessel's fast, earthen light engines hummed with barely contained power, propelling the specialized hunter-killer ship toward the colony world designated LV-738. Sitting cross-legged in the ship's observation deck, Goku watched the hypnotic star streaks with childlike fascination. Despite having traveled between worlds numerous times in his own universe, the technology here operated on fundamentally different principles. No key manipulation or dimensional shifting, just raw physics tortured into submission by human ingenuity. Beautiful, isn't it, Doctor? Liara Vess's voice came from behind him. No matter how many times I make the jump, I never tire of watching. Goku turned, smiling as the xenobiologist joined him on the padded observation bench. In my universe, space travel wasn't this elegant. Usually, LLY involved a lot more shaking and explosive noises. Liara laughed, a sound she made more freely now that they'd spent days away from the rigid protocols of Arcturus Station. Most of our early ships were the same. The inertial dampening technology that makes this possible was only perfected 20 years ago. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the universe blur past. Goku had noticed that Liara seemed to seek his company during quiet moments like this. At first, he'd assumed it was scientific curiosity. Her constant questions about Saiyan physiology and his experiences certainly suggested as much. But lately, those questions had become more personal, less clinical. "Do you miss it?" she asked softly. "Your home, I mean." Goku considered this. "I miss the people, my sons, my friends. But I've always been someone who adapts quickly to new situations." He smiled again, but there was a touch of wistfulness to it. "Besides, I've died and come back a couple times. This is just another kind of journey." Liara's eyes widened. "You've died, literally died, twice that I remember clearly," Goku confirmed casually. "Well, 3 times if you count that incident with the exploding planet." "But that's complicated." Liara shook her head in wonderment. "Just when I think I've catalogued the extent of your impossible existence, you reveal something even more extraordinary." Her hand moved unconsciously toward his, stopping just short of contact. "The more I learn about you, the more questions I have." Before Goku could respond, the ship's intercom system activated. "Attention all personnel. Approaching LV-738 system. Exiting FTL in 5 minutes. Mission team to briefing room immediately." Liara sighed and stood. "Duty calls. We should." The ship lurched violently, throwing her forward. Goku caught her instinctively, one arm circling her waist while his other hand braced against the viewport to stabilize them both. For a moment, they were pressed together, her face inches from his. "Sorry," she murmured, though she made no immediate move to pull away. Goku noticed her heartbeat accelerating, just as Nova had described. "Don't apologize," he replied gently. "I've got good reflexes." The ship stabilized, and Liara reluctantly stepped back, smoothing her uniform with slightly trembling hands. "We should join the others." The briefing room hummed with tense energy when they arrived. Commander Dax stood at the tactical display, her uniform impeccable despite the unexpected turbulence. Cholera occupied a corner, her massive frame making the human-sized furniture seem toy-like. Nova sat apart from the others, her alien human features drawing occasional nervous glances from the ship's crew. "Nice of you to join us," Dax commented dryly as Goku and Liara entered. "We experienced unexpected gravitational distortion. The colony's automated defense systems are non-responsive, so we're proceeding with caution." "What's our approach?" Goku asked, taking a seat near Nova, who acknowledged him with a slight nod. Dax activated the main display, showing a detailed topographical map of the colony. LV-738 is a terraformed mining colony specializing in rare earth elements. Population approximately 20,000, primarily concentrated in the main settlement of New Antwerp. She zoomed in on a section of the map. 3 days ago, all communication ceased. Automated distress protocols activated, but no specific information was transmitted. Classic sign of xenomorph infestation, Liara added. Communications are typically the first infrastructure to fail during an outbreak. Quote, Cholera clicked her mandibles. Prey moves in established patterns. This feels constructed. Dax nodded grimly. Agreed. The timing is suspicious, considering recent events. Our mission is threefold. Assess the situation, locate any survivors, and determine if Dr. Vaughn's influence extends to this colony. What about me? Goku asked. You mentioned Sting my ability to control the Xenomorphs. That's the fourth objective, Dax confirmed. Under controlled conditions, we need to determine the extent of your influence and whether it can be weapon. IZED against any altered specimens we encounter. Nova shifted uncomfortably. They are afraid of what you might become. All eyes turned to her. It was the first time she'd spoken during an official briefing. Explain, Dax demanded, her tone professional but not unkind. Nova's sensory tendrils rippled slightly. The connection grows stronger with each interaction. Changes occur in both directions. They fear you may become too much like them, or they may become too much like you. Either disrupts their understanding of control. Liara leaned forward, intrigued. You can sense this. I exist between worlds, Nova replied simply. I feel the currents others cannot. Dax cleared her throat, reclaiming control of the briefing. Speculation aside, We'll proceed according to established protocols. 2 teams. Reconnaissance and support. Goku, Cholera, and I will form the advance team. Dr. Vess, Nova, and Lieutenant Cade will coordinate from the mobile command center. I should stay with Goku, Nova interjected. My senses can detect xenomorph presence before your technology can. Dax frowned. Your hybrid nature makes you an unknown variable in the field. But a potentially valuable one, Liara pointed out. Her instinctive understanding of xenomorph behavior patterns could provide critical tactical advantages. After a moment's consideration, Dax nodded. Very well. Nova joins the advance team. Dr. Vess and Lieutenant Cade will monitor from the command center. She fixed Nova with a stern look. But you follow orders precisely. Understood. Nova inclined her head in acknowledgement. I understand chain of command. The warrior leads the hunt. The briefing continued with logistics and emergency protocols, but Goku found his attention drifting. Since leaving Arcturus Station, he'd experienced increasingly vivid dreams. Dreams of vast tunnel networks, of hunting through darkness with perfect awareness, of a collective consciousness that moved with singular purpose. He'd awoken from these dreams feeling more alert, more attuned to his surroundings, his senses sharper than ever before. His connection to the xenomorphs was evolving, just as Nova had suggested. A ND part of him, the primal Saiyan part that had always embraced the thrill of combat and challenge, welcomed this evolution. The ship shuddered again as it decelerated from FTL, snapping Goku back to the present. Through the briefing room viewport, a world came into view, a brownish-green sphere wrapped in wispy clouds, its surface scarred by mining operations visible even from orbit. LV-73 necessarily. We arrive in silent running mode. No communication with the colony until we verify conditions on the ground. She stood, signaling the end of the briefing. Gear up. We drop in 30 minutes. The docking bay buzzed with precise military activity as the mission team prepared. Goku, having declined standard military armor in favor of mobility, wore only a lightweight tactical vest over his GI. The vest contained communication equipment and basic survival gear but would not impede his movement or key manipulation. Commander Dax approached as he adjusted the vest's straps. She'd exchanged her dress uniform for combat armor, matte black with red command insignia, reinforced at vital points but designed for flexibility. That's not standard issue, she commented, eyeing his GI. It's what I'm used to fighting in. Goku explained. Besides, if something's strong enough to get through my skin, armor won't make much difference. Dax's expression remained professional, but Goku detected a hint of concern beneath it. This isn't like the contained environments you've encountered xenomorphs in before. The colony is 20 square kilometers of urban development surrounded by terraformed wilderness. If things go wrong, extraction could be complicated. I appreciate the concern, Goku said sincerely, but I've fought in worse conditions. Dax studied him for a moment longer, then nodded once. Your capabilities have been impressive so far. Just remember, this is my operation. We follow protocols. Understood, Commander. Goku smiled. His expression warmed despite the serious conversation. I'm here to help, not take over. Something shifted in Dax's eyes, a momentary softening of her military bearing. Good, because she paused, seeming to reconsider her words. Because the mission requires clear chain of command. Before Goku could respond, Cholera approached, fully equipped in her Yautja hunting gear. Her mask was affixed to her face, and her armor gleamed subtle technological enhancements that Goku found fascinating. Various weapons hung from her belt and shoulders, each clearly designed for specific prey. Ship scanners detect movement in colony, she reported. Many heat signatures, moving in patterns, not human patterns. Dax immediately shifted back to full command mode. Confirmed xenomorph presence. We proceed as planned, but with elevated caution. She activated her comm unit. All personnel. Final equipment check. Drop in 10 minutes. As the advance team boarded the drop ship, a sleek, heavily armed transport designed for rapid deployment, Goku found himself seated between Nova and Cholera. The contrast between them was striking. Nova's graceful hybrid form versus Cholera's imposing hunter physique. Yet both exuded a predatory awareness that resonated with his own heightened senses. You feel it already, Nova observed quietly, her voice pitched for his ears alone. The presence below. Goku nodded. Even from orbit, he sends. Edit. The familiar cold touch of the hive mind, but different somehow. Fragmented. Conflicted. Something's not right down there. Divided nest, Cholera agreed, her translator rendering her clicks into rough English. Smells wrong even from here. The drop ship detached from the Dauntless with a metallic clunk, thrusters engaging as it began its descent toward the colony. Through the viewport, Goku watched the landscape grow more detailed, geometrically precise settlement patterns surrounded by terraformed agriculture and the raw, excavated regions of the mining operations. No signs of structural damage, Dax noted. Studying the sensor readings, power grid appears functional but operating at minimal capacity. Too clean, Cholera growled. Hard meat leaves destruction. Unless someone's controlling them, Goku suggested. Or trying to. The drop ship circled the colony's perimeter before settling on a landing pad at the edge of the settlement. The engines powered down, leaving an eerie silence broken only by the hiss of equalizing pressure as the exit ramp descended. Dax stood, checking her pulse rifle one final time. Standard sweep formation. Cholera on point with thermal tracking. Goku in center position to maximize Xenomorph influence if encountered. Nova on sensory alert. I'll take rear guard. Questions. There were none. The team moved down the ramp with practiced precision, even Goku, who adapted quickly to the tactical formation despite his usual preference for direct approaches. The colony air hit them like a physical presence, hot, humid, and carrying an undercurrent of something chemical. The terraforming process had created an atmosphere humans could breathe, but it lacked the natural balance of Earth's air. Everything smelled slightly artificial. Main street ahead, Dax indicated, gesturing toward a wide avenue lined with prefabricated structures. Should lead to the colony administrative center. They moved forward cautiously, weapons ready except for Goku, who relied on his ki-enhanced senses. The colony appeared deserted. No bodies, no signs of struggle, just an unnatural stillness that felt more ominous than chaos would have. Where is everyone? Goku wondered aloud, his voice unnaturally loud in the silence. Nova tilted her head, her sensory tendrils extending slightly. Below. Many below. Cholera activated a wrist-mounted device that projected a three-dimensional hologram of the surrounding area. Underground complex. Mining tunnels converted to living space. Standard design for mining colonies, Dax confirmed. 70% of the habitat is subsurface to protect from solar radiation. Goku closed his eyes briefly, extending his senses downward. The presence he'd felt from orbit was stronger now, pulsing bene. Their feet like a subterranean heartbeat. They're down there. A lot of them. Xenomorphs. Dax asked sharply. Yes, and something else. Something similar but different. Goku opened his eyes, his expression troubled. I think there are still humans alive down there too. But their energy feels wrong. They proceeded toward the colony's central administration building, a 6-story structure that dominated the modest skyline. The entrance doors stood partially open, emergency lighting creating long shadows within. No bodies, Cholera observed as they entered the lobby. No blood, no signs of hunting. That's what bothers me, Dax agreed, scanning the abandoned security desk. Xenomorph outbreaks are messy. This is too controlled. Nova moved closer to Goku, her movements becoming more predatory as they progressed deeper into the building. Scent markers everywhere. Territory claimed but not defended. Can you sense if there are any Xenomorphs nearby? Goku asked her. She nodded, pointing toward a corridor leading to the building's core. That way. Waiting. Dax signaled for defensive positions as they approached the indicated corridor. Cholera took up a flanking position, her shoulder-mounted plasma caster humming softly as it activated. Nova crouched slightly, her hybrid physiology shifting subtly toward its more xenomorph aspects, fingers elongating into claws, spine ridges becoming more pronounced. I'll go first, Goku decided. If they respond to me the way the others did, we might avoid a fight. And if they don't? Dax challenged. Goku gave her a confident smile. Then I'll handle it. Before she could object, he moved forward into the corridor. The emergency lighting flickered erratically here, creating stroboscopic shadows that would disorient normal human vision. Goku's enhanced senses compensated easily, detecting movement before it fully registered visually. Their ceiling panels shifting slightly. And their something flowing like liquid shadow behind a partially open door. He reached out with his key, not forming an attack but extending his presence the way he had with the test subject on Arcturus. "I know you're there," he called out, his voice calm but carrying. "I'm not here to hurt you." Silence answered him, but the quality of it changed, became expectant and observers were listening. Goku took another step forward, channeling his ki more deliberately now. "My name is Goku. I've met others like you. We understood each other." A soft hissing sound came from all around them, not aggressive but communicative, like whispers in an alien language. From the shadows, figures began to emerge, xenomorphs, but subtly different from those Goku had encountered before. Their exoskeletons bore strange markings, almost like tribal patterns, etched into the hard surfaces. Their movements seemed more deliberate, less instinctively predatory. "Modified specimens," Nova whispered from behind him. "Changed by the one who made me." The xenomorphs formed a semicircle around Goku, maintaining a respectful distance. One stepped slightly forward, larger than the others, with more elaborate markings and a distinctive scarred pattern across its elongated head. Goku focused on this apparent leader, sensing it was the key to the group's behavior. He extended his hand, palm outward, channeling ki until it created a faint blue glow around his fingers. The lead xenomorph hesitated, then mirrored the gesture, extending its clawed hand toward Goku's. When they were inches apart, Goku felt the familiar cold presence of the xenomorph consciousness, but filtered, altered. As if passing through an interfering medium. Someone's controlling them, he realized aloud. But not completely. There's a conflict. Vaughn's work, Dax concluded. Keeping her weapon trained on the creatures despite their non-aggressive posture. Testing his control methods on an isolated colony. The lead xenomorph abruptly withdrew its hand, head tilting as if listening to a distant sound. A ripple of tension passed through the gathered creatures. Then, with synchronized precision, they retreated back into the shadows, disappearing as silently as they had appeared. "They're being called away," Nova explained, her expression troubled. "Someone else's voice is stronger than yours here. We need to find the source," Goku decided. They were trying to communicate something important. Quote, Cholera, who had remained in a combat-ready stance throughout the encounter, finally lowered her weapons. "Hard meat changed. Move differently. Think differently." She sounded distinctly unsettled, even through her translator. Against natural order, they proceeded deeper into the administration building, following the direction the xenomorphs had retreated. Emergency stairwells led them downward, past the ground floors and into the subterranean levels that connected to the broader underground colony. As they descended, the architecture changed, transitioning from administrative functionality to the industrial utility of mining infrastructure. Thick pipes ran along ceilings, carrying air, water, and waste. Reinforced doors marked pressure checkpoints between sections. Colony design separates underground habitation into sectors, Dax explained as they passed through a particularly heavy security door. Each can be isolated in case of pressure loss or contamination. Containment protocols not activated, Cholera noted, examining the door's control panel. Override entered manually. Someone wanted the sectors to remain connected. Liara's voice came through their comm units from the mobile command center. "I'm accessing colony schematics now. You're entering residential sector 3, primarily housing for technical specialists and their families." Unlike the abandoned surface buildings, the underground residential sector showed clear signs of struggle. Furniture was overturned, personal belongings scattered across floors. Dark stains marked walls and floors, some clearly blood, others the distinctive acid burns of xenomorph fluids. "What happened here doesn't match what we saw upstairs," Goku observed, kneeling to examine a child's stuffed toy abandoned in a pool of dried blood. "This looks like a normal xenomorph attack." "Different time periods," Nova suggested, her sensory tendrils flaring as she processed the environmental information. "This happened first, uncontrolled outbreak. Then came control, structure, purpose." Dax activated her comm unit. "Dr. Vess, any sign of survivors on your scanners?" "Nothing definitive," Liara replied. "There are unusual energy signatures throughout the underground complex, interfering with bioscans." But thermal patterns suggest concentrated activity in the mining operations area, deepest level. As they moved through the residential sector, the signs of violence became more pronounced. Bodies appeared, or rather, parts of bodies, displaying the characteristic chest wounds of xenomorph reproductive processes. The walls increasingly showed evidence of resin secretions, the beginnings of hive construction, though less extensive than Goku would have expected given the apparent scale of the outbreak. They started building but stopped, he noted, touching a partially formed resin column. Something interrupted the normal process. Nova approached a different section of wall, where the resin formations contained embedded objects. Look at this. The objects were technological, small devices emitting a subtle pulsing light, integrated directly into the organic structures. Each bore a distinctive logo, a stylized double helix wrapped around a geometric symbol. I've seen that logo before, Dax said, her expression darkening. Phoenix Genetics, supposedly a medical research company. But they've been investigated multiple times for ethics violations. Vaughn's backers, Goku suggested. Likely, Dax agreed. The question is, what are these devices doing? Cholera scanned one with her Mosk's sensors. Emit signal. Like queen pheromones but wrong. Artificial queen voice. They're creating a distributed hive control system. Liara's excited voice came through the comm. Bypassing the need for an actual queen by simulating her pheromonal and psychic signals. Brilliant but terrifying. Can you pinpoint the control center? Dax asked. Where these signals are being coordinated from? Working on it, Liara replied. The signal architecture is complex, but there appears to be a central node in the mining administration section, level 6. They continued deeper into the colony, following Liara's directions. As they descended, the environment grew more ominous, the resin formations more extensive, the devices more numerous. Occasionally they glimpsed xenomorphs moving in the distance. But unlike normal behavior patterns, the creatures avoided direct confrontation. They're watching us, Goku observed. Assessing. Waiting for orders, Nova corrected. The voice is confused about you. Doesn't know if you're threat or opportunity. They reached a massive pressure door marked, mining operations, authorized personnel only. Unlike previous security checkpoints, this one showed signs of being fortified after the initial outbreak, additional locking mechanisms added, reinforcement plates welded to vulnerable points. Someone turned this into a fortress, Dax observed. Examining the modifications, Cholera traced claw marks on the door's surface. Hard meat tried to enter. Failed. Unusual. Goku placed his hand against the door, extending his senses beyond the barrier. There are humans inside. Their energy is fluctuating. Like it's being interfered with. Can you get us through? Dax asked. Goku nodded, grasping the manual override handle. Even with the additional security measures, the reinforced metal yielded to his Saiyan strength. The massive door groaned as hydraulic systems engaged, sliding aside to reveal the chamber beyond. The mining operations center had been transformed. Where there should have been industrial equipment and monitoring stations, the vast chamber now contained row after row of transparent cylinders. Each cylinder housed a human body suspended in bluish fluid, connected to a complex network of tubes and monitoring equipment. The bodies showed various stages of transformation. Some appeared mostly human, while others displayed disturbing signs of xenom partial exoskeletal growths, elongated limbs, altered facial structures. What the hell? Dax breathed, her professional demeanor momentarily shattered by the sight. Test subjects, Nova whispered, her voice carrying both horror and recognition. Like me, but cruder. Earlier attempts. At the center of this grisly laboratory stood a sophisticated control station, where a figure in a white lab coat was working frantically at holographic interfaces. They hadn't noticed the intrusion yet, too absorbed in their work. That's not Vaughn, Dax whispered, recognizing the figure's smaller stature and feminine movements. Goku stepped forward, his voice carrying across the chamber. What have you done to these people? The figure spun around, revealing a woman in her 40s with sharp features and eyes that showed equal parts fear and defiance. You're not supposed to be here, she stammered, backing against her console. The specimens were supposed to delay you. Dr. Emily Chen. Dax identified her, weapon raised. Phoenix Genetics Research Director. Reported missing 6 months ago. Not missing, Chen corrected, regaining some composure. Advancing. Creating the future of human evolution. She gestured to the suspended bodies. These volunteers are pioneers, the first wave of humanity's next evolutionary leap. Volunteers. Goku's voice hardened, an unusual edge entering his typically gentle tone. These people didn't choose this. Chen's eyes fixed on him with sudden intensity. You're the one. The Alpha variant Elias described. Her scientific curiosity seemed to overcome her fear as she stepped forward. The DNA source that stabilized the hybrid integration process. Nova hissed softly, her more xenomorph features becoming pronounced in response to Chen's presence. She has the same smell. The smell of the one who made me. Where is Dr. Vaughn? Dax demanded, keeping her weapon trained on Chen. Gone. Advancing the work at the primary facility. Chen's gaze remained fixed on Goku. But he left samples. Data. Enough for me to continue the proof of concept trials here. Cholera moved with sudden predatory speed, crossing the room and lifting Chen by her throat before anyone could react. Dishonorable prey. You corrupt the natural order. Make abominations. Cholera, stand down. Dax ordered sharply. We need her alive for questioning. The Yautja growled but complied, dropping Chen roughly. The scientist collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath. You don't understand, she wheezed. The xenomorphs are the perfect adaptable organism. Humanity is fragile, limited by our biology. By combining the species under controlled conditions, we create a new paradigm, human intelligence with xenomorph adaptability and strength. And where did I fit into this? Goku asked, gesturing at the transformed colonists. Chen's eyes gleamed with fanatical enthusiasm. You were the missing piece. Conventional hybridization was unstable. The xenomorph genetics always dominated, destroying human consciousness. But your DNA, it acts as a perfect mediator. It allows human, cognitive functions to remain intact while incorporating xenomorph physical advantages. These people, Goku indicated the suspended bodies, are they still conscious? Aware of what's happening to them? Chen hesitated, and that told Goku everything he needed to know. Shut it down, he ordered, his voice carrying an authority that seemed to physically impact Chen. All of it, now. I can't, Chen protested. The process is irreversible once initiated. And the network, she gestured to a large central tank where a particularly advanced hybrid floated. The network requires the primary node to maintain stability. Dax moved to the control console, scanning the systems. She's created a biological server farm. These people aren't just test subjects, they're processing nodes in a distributed computational network. That's how she's controlling the xenomorphs. Using human minds as control interfaces, Liara's horrified voice came through the comm. The ethical violations are beyond calculation. Goku approached the central tank, studying the being suspended within. Unlike the others, this hybrid appeared fully conscious, its eyes tracking Goku's movements with disturbing intelligence. Its body was a more harmonious blend of human and xenomorph characteristics, not the crude grafting visible in the other subjects, but a seamless integration that reminded him of Nova, though less refined. This one's different, he observed. More advanced. The primary node, Chen confirmed, a note of pride entering her voice despite her situation. The first partially successful, integration using your genetic template. Not as perfect as the specimen Elias created with direct samples, but remarkable nonetheless. Nova approached the tank cautiously, placing her hand against the transparent surface. The hybrid inside mirrored the gesture, their similar features creating an eerie reflection. Sibling, Nova whispered, but wounded, mind fragmented. Goku felt a subtle pressure against his consciousness, the hybrid attempting to establish contact. Unlike the pure xenomorphs, whose hive mind felt cold and alien, this connection carried emotional content, confusion, pain, and a desperate plea for help. It's suffering, Goku realized. All of them are suffering. Chen shrugged dismissively. Evolutionary advancement requires sacrifice. Their discomfort is temporary, once the integration stabilizes. Her words cut off as Goku's power flared visibly, a blue aura surrounding him as his ki responded to his rising anger. The hybrid in the tank reacted immediately, its body arching as if electrified. Eyes widening in what might have been recognition. Goku, Dax cautioned, sensing the dangerous shift in his demeanor. We need to proceed carefully. These systems are integrated with life support. Taking a deep breath, Goku reined in his power, though his eyes remained hard as they fixed on Chen. How do we safely disconnect them? Before Chen could answer, alarms blared throughout the facility. The hybrid in the central tank convulsed violently, and throughout the chamber, the other subjects began to thrash in their containment cylinders. What's happening? Dax demanded. Chen rushed to the console, fingers flying across holographic interfaces. Containment breach in the lower levels. The control signal is destabilizing. On monitoring screens around the laboratory, security feeds showed chaos erupting throughout the colony. Xenomorphs that had been moving with eerie purpose now reverted to frenzied aggression, attacking infrastructure and each other with equal ferocity. The artificial queen control is failing, Liara's urgent voice came through the comm. Something is interfering with the signal. Nova tilted her head, sensory tendrils extended fully. Another voice. Stronger, older, true queen. Impossible, Chen insisted, frantically working controls. There is no queen on this colony. We specifically designed the protocols to prevent queen development in the specimen population. Cholera activated her thermal scanning system, studying the results with growing tension. Movement in lowest mining level. Large organism. Queen heat signature. How? Dax demanded of Chen. Where did it come from? The scientist's face had gone pale. The salvage team. 3 weeks ago, they brought in wreckage from a derelict found in the outer system. There were no life signs. No eggs. Just debris. You brought a piece of hive material containing dormant queen cells, Liara theorized through the comm. The artificial pheromones I've been pumping through the colony probably accelerated its development. A massive tremor shook the facility, causing equipment to topple and alarms to intensify. On the security feeds, they watch. Head as a section of the lowest level collapsed, revealing a massive chamber that shouldn't have existed. A queen's nesting area, constructed in secret while the scientists focused on their experiments above. We need to EV, now. This entire situation is beyond containment protocols. The subjects, Goku protested, looking at the suspended colonists. We can't just leave them. There's no time to disconnect them safely. Chen insisted. The process is delicate. Rushing would kill them all. Nova approached the central tank again, studying the primary node hybrid with newfound understanding. They are already part of the hive mind. The queen will claim them. Another, more violent tremor rocked the facility. Support beams began to crack as the floor buckled beneath them. The queen is coming up through the lower levels. Cholera announced, her weapons activating automatically. Hunting. Dax made a swift tactical assessment. We have less than 10 minutes before this section becomes indefensible. Dr. Chen. Gather whatever data you need for potential treatment of these subjects. We're leaving. I'm not going anywhere, Chen protested. This is my life's work. Your choice, Dax replied coldly. Turning to the others, move out, back the way we came. As they prepared to retreat, Goku remained by the central tank, his connection with the hybrid growing stronger by the second. Through this link, he began to sense the queen below, her rage at the artificial control system, her determination to reclaim her hive, her awareness of his presence. And something else, recognition. Not the same recognition he'd experienced with the queen on the research station, but something deeper, more primal. This queen knew him somehow, knew what he represented. Goku, we need to move. Dax called urgently. Making a swift decision, Goku channeled his ki into a focused pulse directed at the central tank's control systems. The fluid began to drain rapidly as mechanical arms CTED the hybrid's life support attachments. What are you doing? Chen shrieked. You'll kill it. No, Goku replied with quiet certainty. I'm freeing it. As the fluid drained completely, the hybrid's eyes opened fully for the first time. Goku realized, recognizing the masculine characteristics beneath the xenomorph elements, stood unsteadily as the tank opened. Can you understand me? Goku asked. The hybrid nodded slowly, vocal cords forming sounds that approximated speech. Why yes. I hear you. In mind. In blood. What's your name? Eden. The hybrid replied, the name Eam. RGING with difficulty through reformed vocal structures. I was. Eden Mills. Colony engineer. Chen stared in shock. Cognitive functions intact. Personality retention. That's unprecedented without the support systems. Ignoring her, Goku addressed Eden directly. We're evacuating. The Queen is coming. Can you help us free the others? Eden looked around at the other tanks, his expression conveying profound sorrow despite his altered features. Too late for most. Integration too advanced. But, some. The newest subjects. He pointed to a row of tanks where the occupants appeared more human than the others. Goku, we don't have time for this, Dax insisted, though her expression showed the ethical conflict she felt. Make time, Goku replied, not harshly but with unmistakable determination. We don't leave people behind. Something in his tone, or perhaps the subtle flare of power that accompanied his words, ended further discussion. Even Cholera seemed to respect the decision, moving to assist by slicing through connection tubes with her wrist blades. They managed to free 7 subjects whose transformations were early enough that they retained most of their human appearance and consciousness. These survivors were disoriented and terrified, but capable of movement with assistance. The rest are too integrated with the system, Eden explained grimly. Removing them would destroy what remains of their minds. Quote, another violent tremor, stronger than before, shook the facility. Chunks of ceiling began to fall as support structures failed. Time's up, Dax announced. Move out, now. They retreated through the colony's underground sectors, the freed subjects supported between them. Dr. Chen, after a moment of indecision, grabbed a data core and followed, her scientific curiosity apparently outweighing her devotion to her doomed experiment. The journey back was considerably more hazardous than their entry had been. The Xenomorphs, freed from artificial control and now responding to their queen, had reverted to aggressive territorial behavior. Twice they were forced to detour around hunting packs, and once they barely escaped an ambush in a residential commons area. Throughout the retreat, Goku felt the Queen's presence growing stronger in his mind, a pressure building like an approaching storm. Unlike his previous experience, where the Queen had regarded him with curious respect, this one projected nothing but territorial rage. Whatever connection might have been possible was overshadowed by her fury at the artificial control systems that had suppressed her influence. They reached the surface level to find the colony in chaos. The Xenomorphs had emerged from below, spreading throughout the settlement with predatory efficiency. The previously UN-damaged structures now showed signs of frenzied attack, walls breached, doors torn from hinges, infrastructure damaged with seeming purpose rather than random destruction. They're disabling the colony systems, Dax realized as they navigated around a destroyed power regulation station. Targeting key infrastructure first. Strategic hunting, Cholera confirmed. Queen directs assault. Methodical. They reached the landing pad where their drop ship waited, apparently untouched amidst the destruction. Liara stood at the ramp, her expression shifting from relief to shock as she saw their expanded group. You found survivors, she exclaimed. And, oh, her scientific mind immediately registered the hybrid nature of Eden and the partial transformations of the others. Get them aboard, Dax ordered. Dr. Vess, they'll need medical assessment. Dr. Chen has data on their conditions. As they loaded the survivors onto the drop ship, Goku paused at the ramp, turning back toward the colony. The pressure in his mind had intensified. The Queen was close, her rage palpable even at this distance. She's coming, he said quietly. She wants to challenge me directly. Nova and Eden both nodded in confirmation, their hybrid senses detecting the same approach. Then we leave now, Dax decided, gesturing everyone aboard. This mission was reconnaissance, not confrontation. Goku hesitated. If I could establish the same connection I had with the other Queen, maybe I could. No, Dax cut him off firmly. That Queen was isolated, contained. This one has a full colony of hosts and an established hive. The threat assessment is completely different. Before Goku could respond, a piercing shriek cut through the air, a sound so powerful it seemed to vibrate the very molecules around them. At the far end of the colony, a massive form erupted from a collapsed building, the Queen, her enormous crest catching the planet's reddish sunlight as she emerged fully into the open for the first time. Even at a distance, Goku could see this Queen was different from the one he'd encountered before. Her exoskeleton bore unusual patterns similar to the modified drones they'd encountered earlier, evidence of Chen's experiments affecting even the hive's leader. Parts of her massive form incorporated technological elements, fused with her biological systems in a disturbing melding of species and machine. Corrupted Queen, Cholera growled, her weapons automatically targeting the distant figure. Abomination against nature. The Queen's head turned toward their position with unerring accuracy. Even across the distance, Goku felt her focus lock onto him specifically, recognition, challenge, and hatred flowing through their partial connection. Everyone on board now, Dax ordered, her tone brooking no argument. Pilot, start engines and prepare for emergency departure. The drop ship's engines roared to life as the last of their group boarded the edge of the ramp, still locked in PS. Y chic confrontation with the distant Queen. Through their connection, he sensed her summoning her drones, dozens, perhaps hundreds, converging on the landing pad with single-minded purpose. Goku, Dax called from inside, we need to go. Making his decision, Goku finally backed up the ramp. The moment he was aboard, the ship lifted off, thrusters straining as it rapidly ascended. Through the viewport, they watched as Xenomorphs poured onto the landing pad seconds too late, some leaping futilely toward the departing vessel. The Queen's shriek followed them into the sky, a sound carrying such psychic weight that several of the hybrid survivors clutched their heads in pain. Goku felt it like a physical blow, the rage and challenge clear despite the lack of words. She really didn't like you, Liara observed, coming to stand beside him at the viewport. It's more complicated than that, Goku replied, watching as the colony shrank beneath them. She recognized what I represent, a competing influence over her hive. In her mind, there can only be one alpha predator. The drop ship docked with the Dauntless, which immediately began preparations for departure from the system. The rescue colonists were taken to the medical bay for treatment, with Dr. Chen reluctantly providing information about their conditions under Dax's stern supervision. Goku found himself drawn to the observation deck again, watching as the planet receded below them. The connection with the Queen was fading with distance, but had left a residual impression in his mind, like the echo of a conversation that continued to resonate. You're troubled. Liara's voice came from behind him. She joined him at the viewport, her scientific detachment temporarily set aside. What you saw down there, what was done to those people? It would disturb anyone. It's not just that, Goku admitted. It's what I felt from the Queen. Her anger wasn't random or instinctive. It was personal, like she knew me specifically. How could that be possible? Liara asked. You've only encountered one Queen before, on the research station. I don't know, Goku replied honestly. But there's something connecting all of this, Vaughn's experiments. The modified Xenomorphs, the Queen's recognition of me. It feels deliberate, like I'm being tested somehow. Liara placed a gentle hand on his arm, a gesture of comfort. That had become more frequent in their interactions. Whatever it is, you're not facing it alone. Remember that. Her touch anchored him, pulling him back from the alien thought patterns that had been seeping into his consciousness since their arrival. Goku smiled gratefully, covering her hand with his own. Thank you, he said simply. The moment was interrupted by Nova's arrival on the observation deck. The hybrid moved with increasing grace as she grew more comfortable with her unique physiology, but still maintained a respectful distance from most of the crew. Eden wishes to speak with you, she informed Goku. He has insights about what happened below. Liara withdrew her hand, professional interest replacing the personal moment. I should check on the survivors anyway. The medical team will need my expertise with their hybrid physiology. As she left, Nova watched her with curious interest. The doctors sent changes around you. Chemical signatures of attraction and trust. Goku chuckled softly. You don't need to tell me everything you sense, Nova. Is it not helpful information? She asked, genuinely confused. Understanding others' responses provides tactical advantages. Relationships aren't tactical situations, Goku explained gently. Sometimes things are better left unspoken until people are ready to express them themselves. Nova considered this with serious concentration. Human social protocols are complex. I will adapt my observations accordingly. They found Eden in a secured section of the medical bay, separated from the other survivors due to his more advanced transformation. Unlike them, he seemed completely stable, his hybrid form functioning in perfect harmony despite the lack of the support systems Chen had insisted were necessary. You wanted to see me? Goku asked as they entered. Eden looked up, his altered features arranging themselves into what might have been a smile. Yes, thank you for coming. His speech had improv-ed remarkably in the short time since his liberation, his vocal structures adapting rapidly. I remember more now. About the experiments. About what they were trying to achieve. Tell me, Goku encouraged, sitting across from him. Vaughn arrived 6 months ago, Eden began. Officially to improve our mining efficiency with new biotechnology. But he brought something else. Specimens, embryos. The infestation was deliberate, controlled from the beginning. They infected the colony intentionally. Goku asked, horrified despite everything he'd already witnessed. Eden nodded grimly. Selected subjects at first, volunteers among the scientific staff. Then more, as the experiment expanded. They were testing different methods of integration, different control systems. He gestured to his own transformed body. I was part of the engineering team. When I discovered what was happening in the restricted sectors, I was recruited. You mean captured? Nova corrected, understanding immediately. Yes, Eden's expression darkened, but I wasn't like the others. My integration was different, special. Vaughn was excited about my compatibility metrics, whatever those were. When did they start using my genetic material? Goku asked. 3 weeks ago. A priority shipment arrived from Arcturus. Vaughn was ecstatic. Called it the perfect catalyst. That's when the final phase began. He creation of the control network using hybridized nodes. Eden paused, struggling with difficult memories. But something went wrong. The Queen developed despite their suppression protocols. And she was aware in a way they didn't anticipate. Aware of what? Nova prompted. Of him, Eden said, looking directly at Goku. Of his genetic presence in the hybrids. It triggered something territorial, instinctive. The more they used your material in their experiments, the more agitated the Queen became, until she finally broke through their control systems entirely. Goku absorbed this information thoughtfully. So my DNA doesn't just influence the Xenomorphs, it threatens the Queen's control somehow. More than threatens, Eden confirmed. Challenges. Replaces. The Queen recognized your genetic signature as a competing alpha predator. One that could potentially usurp her position in the hive hierarchy. This aligned with what Goku had felt during their psychic confrontation. Why would Vaughn continue using my genetic material if it destabilized his control systems? Because it worked too well otherwise, Eden explained. Your DNA stabilized the human xenomorph integration perfectly. Created viable hybrids with maintained cognitive function. He gestured between himself and Nova. Living proof of his concept. He considered the Queen problem manageable, a side effect. Worth dealing with for the benefits gained. Nova had been listening intently. Her sensory tendrils extended slightly as if processing information beyond mere words. There is something else. Something you haven't said. Eden hesitated, then nodded slowly. When the Queen finally emerged, I was still connected to the network. I felt her consciousness directly. She didn't just recognize Goku's GENETIC signature, she recognized him personally. As if she'd encountered him before. That's impossible, Goku objected. I've only met one Queen, and she's nowhere near this system. Unless, Nova began, her expression troubled. Unless what? Goku prompted. Unless they share consciousness across space, she suggested. A connection that transcends physical distance. The Queens form a meta-network. Sharing significant experiences. Eden nodded vigorously. That's it exactly. In the network, I-5s, other Queens. Distant but connected, like nodes in a vast system. This revelation sent a chill through Goku. If all Queens shared information about significant threats or anomalies, then his encounter with the first Queen hadn't been an isolated incident, it had potentially alerted the entire species to his existence and abilities. Vaughn must have known this, Goku reasoned. It's why he's been several steps ahead of us. He understands the Queen's communication network better than anyone. A soft chime indicated an incoming communication. Commander Dax's voice filled the room. Goku, we need you on the bridge immediately. There's a situation. When Goku arrived on the bridge with Nova, he found a tense scenario unfolding. Commander Dax stood at the tactical display, her expression grim as she studied sensor readings. Cholera and Liara were already present, equally focused on the unfolding situation. "What's happening?" Goku asked. Dax looked up, her professional demeanor firmly in place despite the tension evident in her posture. "We've detected a transmission burst from the colony. Encrypted. Directed toward coordinates in deep space." "Dr. Chen," Goku guessed. "No, she's still in custody," Dax replied. "This came from a hidden transmitter, likely automated. Triggered by our departure." "Warning Vaughn," Cholera growled. "More than warning," Liara added, bringing up a holographic representation of the transmission pattern. "Based on the data packet size and structure. This contained everything. Our presence, capabilities, the Queen's emergence, possibly even scanner data about Goku's interactions with the Xenomorphs. He's collecting data on me," Goku realized. "Using these outposts as experimental stations." "That's our assessment as well," Dax confirmed. "But there's more." She adjusted the tactical display to show a different set of readings. Long-range sensors have detected unusual activity in the upper atmosphere of LV-738. The xenomorph outbreak appears to be evolving. The display showed thermal imagery of the colony, where heat signatures were converging from all directions toward the Central Administration Building. At the center of this convergence was a massive signature that could only be the Queen. "What are they doing?" Goku asked, studying the pattern. "Based on movement patterns and energy readings," Liara explained, "they appear to be constructing something." "Something big. A hive," Nova suggested. "No," Liara shook her head. "The construction pattern is too symmetrical, too engineered. This isn't typical xenomorph behavior." Cholera studied the readings with growing concern. "Hard meat never builds this way. Unnatural." As they watched, the thermal imagery revealed more details of the construction, a massive structure rising from the colony center, incorporating both biological and technological elements. Its purpose was unclear, but its rapid development was alarming. "I need to go back down there," Goku decided. "See what they're building." "Absolutely not," Dax refused immediately. "We've completed our reconnaissance mission and recovered survivors. The colony is lost, but if we leave now, we lose our chance to understand what Vaughn is really planning," Goku countered. "That structure could be the key." Before Dax could respond, the tactical display changed again, proximity alarms blaring as new contacts appeared at the edge of the system. "Multiple vessels approaching," the tactical officer reported. "Configuration matches United Colonial Space Marine Destroyer class. IFF identifies them as the Hyperion Battle Group." "Reinforcements?" Liara asked hopefully. Dax's expression remained concerned. "I didn't request a battle group. And the Hyperion is under the command of General Drayson." "Is that bad?" Goku asked, sensing the tension that had entered the command deck at the mention of this name. "General Marcus Drayson is head of Xenomorph Containment Division's military response," Dax explained grimly. "His approach to outbreaks is absolute. No survivors, no specimens, no exceptions. Sterilization protocols," Liara added, her face paling. "Orbital bombardment followed by chemical purging of the entire affected area." Goku's eyes widened. "But they're old still be uninfected colonists down there." "Drayson doesn't differentiate," Dax replied. "In his view, potential contamination warrants maximum response." The communication system activated, and a stern male voice filled the bridge. "UCSM Dauntless, this is General Drayson aboard the Hyperion. You were ordered to withdraw from the LV-738 system immediately. Sterilization protocols are in effect. Acknowledge." Dax hesitated only briefly before responding. "Hyperion, this is Commander Dax. We have recovered survivors and valuable intelligence about the nature of this outbreak. Request per mission to complete our evacuation before sterilization proceeds." A tense pause followed before Drayson's voice returned, noticeably colder. "Commander, your presence in this system was unauthorized to begin with. Your orders were for reconnaissance at Arcturus Station only. Withdraw immediately or be considered part of the contamination zone." Dax's jaw tightened, but she maintained her professional tone. "Understood, Hyperion." Dauntless withdrawing, she signaled for the communication to be cut, then turned to her navigation officer. "Set course for the system edge, minimal FTL. Let's buy ourselves some time." As the Dauntless began moving away from the planet, Goku watched the approaching battle group on the tactical display. They're really going to destroy the entire colony, without even checking for survivors. Standard protocol for CLASS-5 outbreaks, Liara confirmed sadly. The risk of even one xenomorph escaping to a populated world is deemed unacceptable. Goku's expression hardened. So we're just going to let them kill everyone and everything down there, including people who might still be uninfected. We don't have a choice, Dax replied, though her tone suggested she shared his moral discomfort. The Hyperion battle group outguns us 50-1. And legally, Drayson's authority supersedes mine in xenomorph containment scenarios. Cholera, who had been silently observing the exchange, suddenly activated her wrist computer. My vessel remains hidden in planet's shadow. Could extract small team before bombardment begins. All eyes turn to the Yautja hunter. Are you suggesting we defy direct orders from General Drayson? Dax asked, though her tone held more consideration than outrage. Yautja hunt with honor, Cholera replied simply. Bombing from orbit. No honor. No skill. No worthy trophies. Goku immediately understood what she was offering. You could take us back down there. Quick reconnaissance of that structure before Drayson's ships get into bombardment position. Exactly, Cholera confirmed. Small team. Fast insertion. Valuable knowledge. Dax considered the proposal with evident conflict. If we're discovered, it would mean court-martial for everyone involved. Possibly treason charges. And if we're not discovered, Liara countered, we could gain crucial intelligence about Vaughn's true intentions. That structure isn't random, Commander. It's too organized, too purposeful. Nova, who had remained silent during most of the exchange, suddenly stepped forward. I feel it, she announced, her sensory tendrils fully extended. Even at this distance, the Queen is building something specific. Something important. A message. A message. Goku repeated. To whom? Nova's eyes met his, conveying certainty despite the impossibility of her claim. To you. Quote. The bridge fell silent as this statement registered. Finally, Dax spoke. I can't officially sanction this mission. The Dauntless will continue on its ordered course out of the system. She paused, then added with deliberate emphasis, however, I cannot be responsible for the actions of individual crew members who might utilize unauthorized transport methods during this withdrawal. It was as close to permission as she implicitly defying orders. I'm going, Goku stated immediately. I need to see what they're building. As am I, Liara added, surprising several officers. This is potentially the most significant xenomorph behavioral anomaly ever recorded. I can't pass up the opportunity to document it. I will guide, Cholera confirmed. My ship, my hunt. And I must go, Nova insisted. I can translate what the Queen intends. I understand both worlds. Dax nodded once, decision made. You have 3 hours before the Hyperion battle GR. OOP achieves optimal bombardment position. Not a minute longer. Preparations moved quickly after that. Cholera's ship, a sleek, predatory vessel of unfamiliar design, detached from its hiding place in low orbit and rendezvoused with the Dauntless through a rarely used maintenance airlock. The small team boarded with minimal equipment, only what was necessary for a fast reconnaissance mission. The interior of the Yautja vessel was unlike anything Goku had encountered before, a blend of incredibly advanced technology and ritualistic, almost primitive decorative elements. Trophies from countless hunts adorned the walls, while sophisticated navigation and weapons systems hummed with alien energy signatures. Impressive ship, Goku commented as they secured themselves for descent. Cholera made a sound that might have been pride. Blooded Hunter class, fastest in Shadow Clan fleet. The descent to the colony was dramatically different from their previous approach, where the UCSM drop ship had been methodical and cautious. Cholera's vessel dove through the atmosphere like a predatory bird, its advanced stealth systems rendering it virtually undetectable to conventional sensors. They landed not at the colony's edge as before, but directly adjacent to the central administration building where the mysterious construction was underway. From ground level, the structure was even more impressive. A towering spire of interwoven biological and technological components rising nearly 300 meters into the sky. What is it? Liara breathed, her scientific curiosity momentarily overwhelming caution as they disembarked. Integration structure, Nova suggested, her head tilted as she processed sensory information. Biological components interfaced with technological systems. Building toward something. Toward what? Goku asked. Unknown, Nova admitted, but purposeful, directed. Cholera activated her thermal scanning system, analyzing the structure. Hard meat everywhere, highly organized, not random hive building. They approached cautiously, using the abandoned colony structures for cover. Unlike their previous visit, the Xenomorphs now moved with renewed purpose. Throughout the settlement, carrying materials, reshaping structures, working with a coordination that seemed almost mechanical in its precision. They're ignoring us, Liara noted with surprise. They must sense our presence. But they're completely focused on their construction tasks. The Queen prioritizes the structure, Nova explained. All other concerns secondary. They reached the base of the massive spire, where the integration of biological and technological elements was most evident. Xenomorph resin formations provided the structural framework, while salvaged colony technology, power conduits, communication arrays, computational nodes, had been incorporated with disturbing precision. This isn't random, Liara observed, recording everything with her scientific instruments. The technological components are arranged in functional patterns. They're building a transmitter of some kind. For what purpose? Goku wondered, studying the strange architecture. Nova approached one section where the resin formations created what appeared to be a terminal interface. Her hybrid physiology allowed her to interact with it in ways the others couldn't, her sensory tendrils connecting with the biological components. Communication, she announced after a moment. But not like human systems. Broader, deeper, using quantum entanglement principles combined with biological transmission methods. They're building an organic quantum communications array. Liara asked incredulously. That's beyond even our most advanced technology. Not their technology, Nova corrected. Older, from before, remembered in their genetic memory. This revelation stunned the group into momentary silence. The implications were enormous, that the Xenomorphs carried within their genetic code knowledge of advanced technologies from some ancient past. Goku felt a familiar pressure building in his mind, the Queen's presence, growing stronger as they approached the heart of her creation. Unlike their previous encounter, the overwhelming rage had been replaced by focused purpose. She was aware of his return but wasn't directing her drones to attack. Instead, she seemed to be waiting. She knows we're here, he informed the others, but she's letting us observe. She wants us to see this. Why? Liara asked. I don't know yet, Goku admitted. But I think I need to get closer to the center. That's where she'll be. Cholera growled in warning. Dangerous. Queen at full strength, surrounded by drones. Bad tactical position. I don't think she wants to fight this time, Goku replied. Though he couldn't fully explain the certainty he felt. Something's changed. They proceeded deeper into the structure, following a spiraling pathway that led upward toward the central chamber. Xenomorph drones continued their work around them, acknowledging their presence with brief pauses but making no aggressive moves. The central chamber, when they finally reached it, was unlike anything they had expected. Rather than a traditional queen's egg-laying area, they found what appeared to be a sophisticated interface chamber. The queen herself was connected to the structure via numerous biological conduits. Her massive form serving as both a power source and central processor for the entire system. She turned her enormous crested head as they entered, fixing Goku with an unblinking gaze that carried immense psychic weight. The pressure in his mind intensified, but instead of aggression, he felt something more complex, urgency, purpose, and a demand for understanding. She's trying to communicate directly. Goku realized aloud, but there's too much interference. Nova stepped forward, placing herself between Goku and the Queen. I can translate. I exist between your worlds. The Queen hissed, not aggressively but with evident interest. Her inner jaws extended slightly, tasting the air around Nova, recognizing the hybrid's unique nature. What followed was unlike anything Goku had experienced before. Nova stood perfectly still as the Queen's consciousness flowed through her hybrid nervous system. Nova's body trembled with the effort of channeling such alien thought patterns. But her expression remained focused, determined. She shows stars, Nova began, her voice taking on harmonic undertones that weren't her own. Vast distances, many hives, many queens, all connected through the void. The meta-network Eden mentioned, Liara whispered, recording everything. Danger coming, Nova continued, her tendrils writhing with the intensity of the communication. Ancient enemy returns. The ones who made them, then tried to unmake them. Made them? Goku questioned. The Xenomorphs were created. Weapon species, Nova translated, her voice strained. Created for war against others. But evolved beyond control. Escaped. Hunted by creators ever since. Cholera made a startled clicking sound. Old Yautja legends speak of this. First hard meat came from beyond known stars. Brought by tall beings with technology like magic. She shows more, Nova continued. Recent awakening. Creator ship found after long sleep. Creators return to reclaim weapon. To finish unfinished war. Images flashed through Goku's mind as the Queen forced a direct connection despite the difficulties. Glimpses of enormous spacecraft, beings similar to humans but taller, with an scientific facilities where xenomorphs were studied, modified, weaponized. Vaughn found them, Goku realized with sudden clarity. Or they found him. He's working with the original creators of the xenomorphs. The structure, Liara gasped, comprehension dawning. It's a warning beacon. She's trying to alert other hives to the threat. Nova nodded, still channeling the Queen's communication. Warning all. Preparing defenses. But creators have new weapon now. Her eyes fixed on Goku. Your blood, your power. They use it to make perfect control strain. That's why Vaughn was so interested in my DNA. Goku understood. It provides the missing element they needed to control the xenomorphs completely. More than control, Nova translated, her voice growing weaker as the strain of channeling increased. Replace. New alpha strain to supplant queens. Obedient alphas who serve creators. The implications were staggering. Not just weaponized xenomorphs, but weaponized xenomorphs with Saiyan DNA. Controlled by the beings who had originally created them as biological weapons. Why tell us this? Liara asked, addressing the Queen directly. Why show us your plans? The Queen's massive head lowered closer to them, her inner jaws extending partially in what seemed almost like a ceremonial gesture. Through Nova, she answered. Because he must choose. Alpha or prey, conqueror or liberator. The balance turns on his decision. Goku understood immediately. She's telling me I have to pick a side. Either I help Vaughn and these creators control the xenomorphs, or I help the xenomorphs resist them. But why would she think you'd help them? Liara asked, confused. They're predatory organisms that have killed thousands of humans. Survival is not malice, Nova translated. The Queen's thoughts flowing through her. We hunt to live, as all predators must. Creators would make us slaves again. Weapons without choice. A sudden alarm from Cholera's wrist device interrupted the exchange. Orbital bombardment preparing. Enemy ships in position. Time ends. We need to leave, Liara urged. Now. The Hyperion's weapons can blast this entire region in minutes. Goku looked up at the Queen. Their minds still partially connected. I understand what you're showing me. But I need time to think about what it means. The Queen's response came not through Nova this time, but directly into Goku's mind, a complex impression of acceptance mixed with urgent warning. Then she did something unexpected. One of her massive claws extended toward him, offering something. G clutched carefully between sharp digits. It was a small, crystalline object, organic in origin but structured with the precision of technology. As Goku cautiously accepted it, the Queen's final message flowed into his mind. The network. Use it when you decide. We have to go, Cholera insisted more urgently. Weapons powering now. They retreated rapidly, retracing their path through the STR. Ukchura's alarms began to sound throughout the colony. The xenomorphs were moving with new urgency, some retreating deeper underground while others continued working on the communication spire with increased desperation. Cholera's ship was where they had left it, its stealth system still keeping it hidden from orbital detection. They boarded quickly, and the vessel shot into the sky with predatory speed, accelerating away from the colony just as the first energy weapons from the Hyperion battle group began to impact the surface. From the viewport, they watched as precision bombardment system adequately destroyed the colony, concentrated energy beams vaporizing structures, followed by spreading waves of chemical fire that would eliminate any biological material that survived the initial attack. The Queen's spire was the last structure to fall, its destruction marked by a peculiar energy surge that their sensors barely managed to record before it was gone. Did she finish it? Goku wondered. Did the message get sent? Unknown, Clara replied, studying her ship's sensor readings. Energy signature consistent with transmission pulse detected before destruction. Possible success. As they rendezvoused with the Dauntless at the edge of the system, Goku found himself examining the crystalline object the Queen had given him. It pulsed with subtle bioluminescence, responding to his touch in ways that suggested it was partially alive. What is it? Liara asked, noticing his fascination with the object. She called it the network, Goku replied. I think it's some kind of key or access point to their communication system. Nova approached, her sensory tendrils extending toward the crystal without quite touching it. Connection node, living technology. It responds to your genetic signature because of the compatibility she sensed. Can you use it? Liara asked. Goku closed his hand around the crystal, feeling its warmth against his palm. Not yet. She said to use it when I decide. I think I need to understand more before I make that choice. As Calera's ship docked with the Dauntless and they prepared to rejoin the main vessel, Goku found his thoughts in turmoil. The Queen's revelations had shifted his understanding of the entire situation. The Xenomorphs were not simply predatory organisms, they were created weapons who had evolved beyond their maker's control. Now facing the threat of renewed enslavement. And somehow, his Saiyan DNA was the key that could tip the balance either way. You're troubled, Liara observed as they prepared to disembark. Everything just got more complicated. Goku admitted. Before, this was about stopping Vaughn and his experiments. Now it's about something much bigger, a war that's been going on for who knows how long. And you're caught in the middle, she concluded. Your abilities making you valuable to both sides. Goku nodded, pocketing the crystal as they rejoined the Dauntless. The question is, what do I do with that position? The answer would have to wait. As they returned to the ship, Commander Dax met them with barely contained urgency. We've received a priority transmission from Arcturus Station, she informed them grimly. There's been another breach. Multiple xenomorph specimens escaped containment, along with, she hesitated, glancing at Nova, along with test subjects similar to Nova. Vaughn, Goku guessed. Unknown, Dax replied, but the timing suggests coordinated action. Whatever's happening, it's accelerating. As the Dauntless prepared to jump to FTL, returning to Archer, a station with its rescued colonists and newfound intelligence, Goku felt the weight of the Queen's challenge settling on his shoulders. The crystal pulsed gently in his pocket, a reminder of the choice he would eventually have to make. Alpha or prey, conqueror or liberator. The Xenomorphs were watching, waiting for his decision. And somewhere out there, Vaughn and his mysterious backers were advancing their plans. Using Goku's own genetic material to create the perfect control mechanism for their biological weapons. The hunt was no longer just for Vaughn. It was for the future of multiple species across the galaxy. And as the stars streaked past the viewport, Goku couldn't help but wonder if he had been brought to this universe for exactly this purpose, to become the apex predator who would decide the fate of the Xenomorphs. For better or worse. Chapter 3 End Chapter 4, Hive Mind. Arcturus Station hung in space like a wounded predator, still dangerous but visibly weakened. As the DO-NT-less approached through the final leg of its FTL journey, the damage became increasingly apparent. Entire sections of the station's research arm 3 remained in darkness, emergency containment Phi. LDS shimmering around hull breaches like luminous scars. Repair vessels swarmed around the damaged areas, their work lights creating constellations of artificial stars against the station's darkened surfaces. Goku stood on the Dauntless's observation deck, the crystal from the Queen a constant presence in his pocket. Its subtle warmth had become familiar over the THRE 738, occasionally pulsing in rhythm with his own heartbeat. Sometimes, when his mind drifted toward sleep, he felt whispers of consciousness brushing against his own, distant voices in an impossibly vast conversation. We're approaching docking protocol, Commander Dax announced, joining him at the viewport. She looked exhausted, the white streak in her dark hair seeming more pronounced against her pallor. Admiral Chen has requested your presence immediately upon arrival. How bad is it? Goku asked, nodding toward the damaged station. Dax's mouth tightened. 17 dead, 42 injured, 8 missing, presumed taken for. She didn't finish the sentence, but she didn't need to. They both knew what Xenomorphs did with captured humans. Any sign of who was behind the breach. Security footage was corrupted during the attack, Dax replied. But the pattern matches what we've seen with Vaughn's operations. Precision targeting of containment systems, specific specimens released rather than a general outbreak. Goku nodded thoughtfully. And the hybrid test subjects that escaped. Like Nova. 3 confirmed. Earlier iterations, according to the records, less stable than Nova but still functional. Dax hesitated before adding, and dangerous. They killed 4 security officers during their escape. This troubled Goku deeply. Nova had shown no such aggression, despite her hybrid nature. They must have been conditioned differently. Or damaged by whatever process created them. Or following orders, Dax suggested grimly. Like the modified xenomorphs we encountered on LV-738. The Dauntless. Docked with the station's military arm rather than the damaged research section. Armed guards met them at the airlock. Not the standard security detail Goku had expected, but elite soldiers in speciale. Z combat armor bearing the insignia of Xenomorph Containment Division's direct action teams. Commander Dax, the lead officer, acknowledged with a crisp salute. General Drayson has established TEM. Prairie Command in Secure Operations Center Alpha. You and your consultant are to report there immediately. Dax returned the salute with equal precision. My science officer, Drive. Vess, will be accompanying us. Her expertise is directly relevant to the current situation. The officer hesitated only briefly before nodding. Authorized. The hybrid subject remains in secure quarantine aboard your vessel until further notice. Her name is Nova, Goku corrected, a hint of steel entering his normally friendly tone. And she's not just a subject. The officer's expression remained impassive behind his tactical visor. Those are General Drayson's orders, sir. The hybrid subject represents a significant biological security risk. Before Goku could protest further, Dax placed a restraining hand on his arm. We'll address Nova's status with the general directly, she said in a tone that ended the discussion. They were escorted through the station with a level of security that bordered on paranoia. Every checkpoint featured triple verification protocols, and armed guards were positioned at regular intervals throughout the corridors. The station's usual bustle of scientific and civil personnel had been replaced by military efficiency and tense silence. General Drayson works quickly, Liara observed quietly as they passed yet another security checkpoint. The station is practically under martial law. Standard protocol for Category 1 containment breaches, Dax replied, though her tone suggested she found the measures excessive. Though I've never seen it implemented this thoroughly. The Secure Operations Center occupied a reinforced section of the station's central hub. Unlike the research facilities Goku had previously visited, this was purely military, stark, functional, and designed to withstand everything from explosive decompression to direct assault. Armed guards flanked the entrance, their weapons held at ready positions that seemed unnecessarily aggressive. Inside, officers in both military and scientific divisions worked at monitoring stations surrounding a central command platform. Standing on this elevated position was a man whose very post radiated authority and inflexible purpose. General Marcus Drayson was tall, with close-cropped gray hair and a face carved from granite. His uniform bore the scars of actual combat rather than merely ceremonial decorations. And his eyes, cold blue and evaluating, fixed on Goku the moment he entered. Commander Dax, Drayson acknowledged, his voice a precision instrument that commanded attention without needing to raise in volume. Your timing is convenient. I was just discussing the remarkable coincidence that Arcturus Station experienced its worst containment breach in 15 years while you and your unusual consultant were investigating a suspiciously similar incident on LV-738. Dax stepped forward, her military bearing impeccable despite the implied accusation. General Drayson, my team has gathered critical intelligence regarding both incidents that suggests coordinated action by Dr. Elias Vaughn, potentially backed by interests beyond our current understanding. So I've been informed, Drayson replied, his gaze never leaving Goku. Admiral Chen has been quite enthusiastic about your Saiyan guest and his unprecedented influence over xenomorph behavior. Goku met the General's evaluating stare with calm directness. I'm guessing you're less enthusiastic. A thin smile curved Drayson's lips. Let's say I maintain a healthy skepticism about convenient anomalies that appear precisely when needed. Especially ones that cannot be verified through any known database. General, Liara interjected, stepping forward with her data tablet extended. Our findings from LV. -738 provide significant context for recent events. If you'll review the data we've collected. I've seen the preliminary reports, Dr. Drayson cut her off. Ancient creators, organic quantum communications, and a war spanning millennia. Fascinating narrative, if somewhat lacking in verifiable evidence. The Queen showed us, Goku began. The Queen, Drayson interrupted, his tone hardening. As a predatory organism with no concept of truth or deception, only survival and propagation, he descended from the command platform, approaching Goku directly. Which brings us to you, and the Ather remarkable claim that your DNA somehow grants you influence over these creatures. Despite the confrontational approach, Goku maintained his composure. Years of facing far more powerful and intimidating opponents had taught him to recognize when someone was testing him. I don't fully understand it myself, he admitted honestly. But the connection is real. I've demonstrated it multiple times under controlled conditions. So I'm told. Drayson circled Goku slowly, assessing him from all angles with military precision. And this connection, this influence, how far does it extend? Could you, for instance, command a xenomorph to attack a specific target, or to sabotage containment systems? The implication was clear, and Dax stepped forward immediately. General, if you're suggesting that Goku was somehow involved in the breach, I'm exploring all possibilities, Commander, Drayson replied smoothly. As any competent security officer would in these circumstances. Goku's expression remained calm, but his eyes hardened slightly. I was halfway across the sector when the breach occurred. And I've been helping your people fight the Xenomorphs, not control them. Drayson nodded, as if Goku had confirmed something. Yet your abilities represent a variable outside our established containment protocols. A wildcard that appeared simultaneously with escalating xenomorph activity. Tie in the re-emergence of a scientist believed dead for over a year. Which suggests a connection to Vaughn's operations, Liara pointed out, not complicity with them. Drayson considered this for a moment before changing tactics. Tell me about the hybrid. The one you call Nova. What about her? Goku asked. Katio subjects escaped during the breach. They displayed remarkable combat capabilities, coordination, and targeted aggression. Yet you claim your specimen is docile, even helpful. Drayson raised an eyebrow. How do you explain the discrepancy? Nova wasn't conditioned like the others, Liara answered before Goku could. She was created using more refined techniques, with a higher percentage of stabilizing genetic factors from Goku's DNA. The escaped subjects were earlier prototypes, likely with compromised cognitive functions. Or perhaps, Drayson suggested, your specimen simply hasn't revealed its true nature yet. Goku felt a flare of protective instinct. Nova isn't an it. She's a person. Different, yes, but still a person with her own thoughts and choices. Something in Drayson's expression shifted, not softening, but recalibrating his assessment. Your attachment to the hybrid is noted. And concerning, given its unknown potential. Her unknown potential, Goku corrected firmly. Before the conversation could escalate further, Admiral Chen entered the operations center. Unlike Drayson's intimidating presence, Chen carried his authority more subtly, the quiet confidence of a career officer who had earned his position through competence rather than force of personality. General, Commander, he nodded to each in turn. I see you've begun the debriefing without me. Merely preliminary questions, Admiral, Drayson replied smoothly. Establishing a baseline. Chen's expression suggested he understood exactly what kind of baseline Drayson had been establishing. I've reviewed the data from LV-738. The implications are significant. Particu, largely the suggestion that the xenomorphs were engineered rather than naturally evolved. If true, Drayson emphasized the conditional, it would explain certain anomalous characteristics of the species. But it doesn't change our containment protocols. It might change our understanding of what we're containing, Chen countered. He turned to Goku and the others. I want a full briefing on everything you witnessed, especially regarding the communication structure the Queen was building. The debriefing lasted over 3 hours, with Goku, Liara, and Dax providing detailed accounts of their findings on LV-738. Cholera joined remotely from her vessel, which remained docked but separate from the station's main structures as per Yautja custom. The hunter's perspective added valuable context, particularly regarding ancient Yautja legends that corroborated parts of the Queen's message. As they concluded, Admiral Chen leaned back in his chair, his expression troubled. So we potentially not just rogue xenomorphs and human collaborators, but the species' original creators, beings with technology advanced enough to engineer the perfect predatory organism millennia ago. And now they have Goku's DNA to perfect their control mechanisms, Liara added. Based on what we've seen, Vaughn is creating hybridization techniques that could revolutionize xenomorph behavior patterns. We punize them beyond anything we've encountered, Drayson concluded grimly. Which brings us to our immediate security concerns. He activated a holographic display showing the damaged sections of the research arm. The escaped specimens didn't just flee the station. They targeted specific research data before departing, primarily materials related to Goku's unique physiology and genetic structure. This was new information, and Goku exchanged concerned glances with Liara. They were collecting intelligence, he realized. Bringing it back to Vaughn. Precisely, Chen confirmed, which suggests he still lacks certain key data needed to perfect his hybridization process. The stabilization factors, Liara suggested. Based on what we saw on LV-738, Vaughn's early hybrid subjects suffered from cognitive deterioration and aggressive instability. He needs more information about how Goku's DNA creates the balanced integration we see in Nova. Drayson's eyes narrowed at the mention of Nova again, which makes both your Saiyan visitor and his hybrid creation high-value intelligence assets that our enemy will continue targeting. What are you suggesting, General? Chen asked, though his T1 indicated he already anticipated the answer. Full containment protocols for both subjects, Drayson stated flatly. Secure isolation until we can determine the extent of the threat and develop appropriate countermeasures. Absolutely not, Goku responded immediately. Nova isn't a prisoner, and neither am I. We've been helping you voluntarily. Your cooperation is appreciated, Drayson replied with cold courtesy. But security protocols aren't optional during an active containment breach. Admiral Chen raised a hand, forestalling further argument. A compromise, perhaps. Goku and No. VA remain under observation but not containment. Commander Dax's team continues its investigation with their assistance, while General Drayson's forces secure the station and pursue the escaped specimens. Neither Goku nor Drayson appeared entirely satisfied with this arrangement, but both recognized it as the best outcome currently available. After a moment, Drayson gave a curt nod. Acceptable, with one condition. The hybrid remains under guard at all times. And Son Goku's interactions with station systems are monitored and limited to investigation essential access only. Agreed, Chen concluded, rising from his chair to signal the end of the discussion. Commander Dax, your team has temporary headquarters in Science Section 2. I suggest you begin work immediately on developing a better understanding of what we're facing. As they exited the operations center, Dax fell into step beside Goku. That could have gone worse, she observed quietly. Drayson doesn't trust me, Goku replied, equally subdued. Can't really blame him. I show up out of nowhere with abilities nobody here has seen before, right when all this starts happening. Drayson doesn't trust anyone, Dax corrected. It's why he survived 3 decades of xenomorph containment operations. But Admiral Chen sees your value, and that's what matters for now. They made their way to Science Section 2, where a laboratory complex had been repurposed as their investigation headquarters. Nova was already there, having been transferred from the Dauntless under guard. She looked relieved when Goku entered, our sensory tendrils extending slightly in acknowledgement of his presence. They ask many questions, she informed him. About my creation, my abilities, my connection to you. The soldiers fear me. Are you okay? Goku asked, genuinely concerned. Nova tilted her head in that characteristic way that suggested she was processing the question on multiple levels. I am functioning, but confined, limited. They watch always. She gestured to the guards positioned at the laboratory entrance. Like specimen, not person. We'll work on that, Goku promised. For now, We need your help understanding what happened during the breach. Liara approached with a data tablet, her scientific curiosity evident despite the tense situation. Nova, can you sense anything about the other hybrids that escaped? Any connection similar to what you feel with the Xenomorphs? Distant echoes, Nova confirmed after a moment of concentration. Not like full Xenomorph connection. Fragmented, distorted, pain and confusion dominant. Their suffering, Goku realized, remembering the hybrid subjects they'd encountered on LV-738. Like the ones in Chen's laboratory, their integration isn't stable. Could you track them? Dax asked. If they're still in the sector. Nova closed her eyes, her sensory tendrils extending fully as she focused inward. Too distant now, but direction sense possible. EY moved toward outer system coordinates. Following. Calling. Vaughn, Liara concluded. He must have some method of signaling them. The team worked through the night, analyzing data from both ELV-738 mission and the Arcturus breach. Cholera joined them after several hours, causing the guards to tense noticeably until Dax assured them the Yautja hunter was authorized. Hard meat that escaped took specific path. Cholera reported, displaying a three-dimensional map of the station with attack patterns highlighted. Not random. Precise targets, minimal killing. Unusual restraint. They were following orders, Dax agreed. Studying the pattern. But how? We've never documented this level of coordinated action without a queen present. The control devices, Goku suggested, remembering. The technological implants they'd found integrated into the hive structure on LV-738. Vaughn must have developed a portable version. That would explain the precision, Liara agreed. But not how he's maintaining control at a distance. Xenomorph hierarchical response typically requires direct pheromonal contact or queen psychic projection. Nova, who had been quietly observing their discussion, suddenly spoke. The network exists beyond physical space. Queens communicate across vast distances. What if he found a way to access this network? This suggestion silenced the room momentarily as they considered its implications. Is that possible? Dax finally asked, looking between Liara and Nova. Theoretically, Liara replied slowly. If the queens do maintain some form of quantum entanglement communication as Nova suggests. And if Vaughn has found a way to tap into that network. He could potentially issue commands that carry the psychic weight of a queen, Goku finished, the realization troubling him deeply. But that would require intimate knowledge of xenomorph neural patterns, which he could have obtained from his earlier experiments, Dax pointed out. Or from his mysterious backers. Cholera made a series of clicking sounds that her translator rendered as skeptical disagreement. Hard meat network sacred, protected. Yautja have hunted for 1,000 generations. Never access queen mind space. Prey that learns secrets becomes hunter. Dangerous balance shift. Maybe that's exactly what's happening, Goku suggested, the crystal in his pocket suddenly feeling heavier. A balance shift. The queen on LV-738 seemed to think so. Their discussion was interrupted by Admiral Chen's arrival. He looked even more tired than when they'd last seen him, suggesting he hadn't rested since the crisis began. We've detected unusual activity in the Perseus arm, he announced without preamble. Long-range sensors picked up what appears to be a mass migration of shipping FFIC away from the Helios mining cluster. Evacuation? Dax asked. Unclear, Chen replied, but unusual enough to investigate, given recent events. The Helios cluster includes 6 established colonies with significant xenomorph containment history. Previous outbreaks? Liara asked, immediately accessing data on her tablet. 3 major incidents in the past 20 years, all successfully contained, Chen confirmed. But what's concerning is that communication with monitoring stations in the sector has become sporadic over the past week. Goku felt a familiar uneasiness, the same sensation he'd experienced approaching LV-738. There's something happening there, something big. Chen raised an eyebrow. Care to elaborate? Just a feeling, Goku admitted. But my instincts have been sharper since connecting with the Xenomorphs. This admission drew a concerned look from Dax, but Chen merely nodded thoughtfully. Your instincts have proven valuable thus far, which is why I'm authorizing a reconnaissance mission to the Helios cluster. Commander Dax will lead, with your team providing specialized expertise. General Drayson has approved this. Dax asked, clearly surprised. General Drayson has been reassigned to oversee containment protocols here at Arcturus, Chen replied diplomatically. This investigation falls under scientific exploration parameters rather than military response. In other words, Chen had found a way to remove Drayson from direct oversight of their mission, a political maneuver that Goku wouldn't have expected from the seemingly straightforward admiral. When do we leave? Goku asked. The Dauntless is being resupplied as we speak. Departure in 6 hours. Chen turned to leave, then paused. One more thing. During the breach, something unusual was recorded in the xenobiology containment sector. He activated a small holographic projector, displaying security footage of the laboratory where Goku had first interacted with the captive xenomorph. The footage showed the containment chamber during the attack, emergency lighting casting strange shadows as alarms flashed silently in the recorded scene. The xenomorph specimen they had tested with was still there, but behaving oddly, not attempting to escape despite the containment field failure, but rather standing motionless in the center of its chamber. Then something even stranger happened. As escaped xenomorphs poured into the laboratory, they approached the contained specimen, but instead of freeing it, they surrounded it in what appeared to be a defensive formation. When security forces attempted to enter the area, the escaped drones attacked viciously while maintaining their protective circle around the original specimen. They were protecting it, Goku observed. Why? That's what we hoped you might explain, Chen replied. This specimen was the one you established direct contact with. The one that demonstrated unprecedented communication attempts. Goku studied the footage carefully. They recognized it as important somehow. Connected to me, maybe. That's our working theory, Chen confirmed. The specimen remains secure, but its behavior continues to be anomalous. It refuses food, maintains a stationary position, and has created markings on its containment walls that our xenobiologists find concerning. What kind of markings? Liara asked. Chen adjusted the hologram to show the current state of the containment chamber. The walls were covered in strange patterns, not random scratches, but deliberate, organized symbols that seemed to radiate outward from a central point. The pattern was reminiscent of the communication spire the Queen had been building on LV-738, but miniaturized and adapted to the confined space. It's trying to build a communication node. Nova realized immediately. Like the Queen's structure, but smaller. Individual attempt to connect to network. Is that possible? Chen asked. A drone establishing direct connection to the Queen network. Unprecedented, Clara stated, studying the patterns with evident fascination despite her usual stoic demeanor. Drones are extensions of Queen will, not independent actors in network. Unless something changed it, Goku suggested quietly. Unless my connection with it somehow altered its place in the hierarchy. The implications hung heavily in the air. If Goku's interaction had fundamentally changed the xenomorph's neural structure, granting it capabilities previously reserved for queens. I need to see it, Goku decided. Before we leave for the Helios cluster. Chen hesitated only briefly before nodding. Arranged, but under maximum security protocols. General Drayson would have my commission if I allowed anything less. 4 hours later, Goku stood outside the reinforced containment chamber, studying the xenomorph through multiple layers of security barriers. The creature remained in the center of the chamber, motionless except for the SL rise and fall of its exoskeleton with each breath. The markings on the walls were even more impressive in person, intricate patterns that seemed to vibrate with purpose, creating an optical effect. Had drew the eye inward toward the center. It hasn't moved from that position in over 72 hours, the xenobiologist monitoring the chamber informed them. No feeding, minimal rest cycles. Just waiting. For what? Dax wondered aloud. For me, Goku replied with certainty. He approached the transparent barrier, placing his palm against it as he had during their first interaction. T's been trying to maintain our connect's head turned toward him immediately, sensing his presence despite the multiple containment layers. It rose with fluid grace, approaching the barrier with none of the aggression typically associated with the species. When it reached the point opposite Goku's hand, it mirrored his gesture exactly as it had before. Remarkable recognition pattern, Liara observed, recording the interaction. The neural imprinting is persistent despite temporal separation. It's more than recognition, Nova said softly, watching the exchange with unique understanding. It's transformation, evolution. It's becoming something new because of the connection. Goku felt at the moment their hands aligned, the cold, alien consciousness reaching for his, but different now. More focused, more individualized. Where before it had been a window into the collective hive mind, now it felt distinct, separate. Still connected to the greater network but somehow, autonomous within it. Can you lower the barrier? He asked. Just for a moment. Absolutely not, the security officer accompanying them stated flatly. Containment protocols. Necessary risk, Cholera interrupted. Knowledge valuable, worth danger. After a tense discussion and clearance from Admiral Chen himself, the innermost barrier was temporarily deactivated, creating a small aperture similar to their first controlled interaction. The xenomorph approached this opening with deliberate slowness, extending its elongated head through the gap with what could only be described as cautious respect. Goku reached out, placing his hand directly on the creature's smooth, eyeless head. The contact created an immediate surge in their connection, images and sensations flooding his mind with almost overwhelming intensity. He saw the breach through the xenomorph's perspective, the chaos, the alarms, the sudden absence of the artificial restrictions that had been placed on its awareness. He felt its decision not to escape, but instead to begin the communication structure, driven by some deep imperative it didn't fully understand but couldn't ignore. Most significantly, he experienced its awareness of other xenomorphs, not as fellow drones in a collective, but as separate entities that it could perceive and influence. A hierarchy had formed during the breach, with this specimen somehow elevated above the escaped drones despite its containment. It's become an alpha, Goku realized aloud, the term emerging from somewhere in the shared consciousness between them. Not a queen, but something between drone and queen. A sub-leader. Impossible, the xenobiologist protested. Xenomorph hierarchy is binary, queens command, drones obey. There is no intermediate stage. Until now, Liara countered, her scientific mind rapidly assimilating this paradigm shift. Goku's influence has created an evolutionary branch point, a new caste within the hive structure. The xenomorph made a soft clicking sound that Goku somehow understood was affirmation. Through their connection, it conveyed more, a sense of purpose, of waiting for instructions, of loyalty to him specifically rather than to a queen. It sees you as its queen, Nova translated, sensing the exchange through her hybrid perception. No, more than queen. Different relationship, partnership. Goku carefully withdrew his hand, and xenomorph retreated equally carefully through the aperture. The barrier was reactivated, but the creature remained close, observing him with unnerving intensity. What does this mean? Dax asked, her tactical mind already calculating implications. It means Vaughn isn't the only one who can influence xenomorph evolution, Liara replied. Goku's connection creates a different pathway, not control. Through technology and forced hybridization, but mutual adaptation through natural genetic compatibility. Two competing evolutionary directions, Nova elaborated. Vaughn creates slaves. You create partners. The significance of this distinction wasn't lost on anyone present. If Goku could naturally induce evolutionary changes that granted xenomorphs greater autonomy while maintaining connection, it represented a completely different approach to the species than either extermination or weaponization. Can you direct it? Dax asked Goku directly. Give it specific instructions. Goku frowned slightly. I don't think it works like that. It's not mind control. It's more like communication. Understanding. I can share concepts, intentions, but not force compliance. Still valuable, Cholera noted. War coming. Allies better than weapons. Weapons fail. Allies choose to fight. As they prepared to leave the containment area, Goku had one final exchange with the xenomorph. Through their connection, he conveyed reassurance, a promise to return, to continue their unusual relationship. The creature responded with something like anticipation, along with a warning impression that you couldn't quite interpret but felt was urgently important. It's trying to tell me something about the network, he told the others as they headed toward the Dauntless's docking bay. Something about changes, distortions. Like parts of the hive mind are being rewritten somehow. Vaughn's control mechanisms, Liara suggested. If he's found a way to access and manipulate the Queen network, it would create exactly those kinds of distortions. Which means we need to find him quickly, Dax concluded. Before he extends his influence further. The Dauntless departed Arcturus station with minimal ceremony. Its mission classified under scientific exploration protocols rather than military response. This designation allowed them greater operational flexibility but reduced their combat support, a trade-off that Dax accepted with professional reservation. Their course was set for the Helios cluster, specifically Helios Prime, the most developed colony and administrative center for the region. The journey would take approximately 4 days at standard FTL speeds, providing time for the team to prepare and for Goku to explore his evolving abilities. On the second day of transit, Liara approached Goku in the ship's small training facility, where he was performing a series of katas to maintain his physical conditioning. Despite the confined space, he moved with fluid precision, his body flowing through complex martial arts forms that combined power and grace in equal measure. Your fighting style is unlike anything in our database, she observed, setting down her equipment at the edge of the training area. Which isn't surprising, given your origin. Goku completed a final sequence before acknowledging her with a smile. The basics came from my grandfather's teaching, Earth martial arts from my universe. But I've adapted it over the years, incorporating techniques from different masters and species I've encountered. It's beautiful to watch, Liara admitted. Efficient but almost artistic. Fighting at its highest level should be both, Goku replied, accepting a towel she offered. What brings you here? More tests. Liara gestured to the equipment she'd brought. Scanning devices and monitoring systems of various types. If you're willing. I've been developing a theory about your connection to the Xenomorphs, and Nova suggested that observing you during meditation might provide valuable data. Nova's been helping with your research? Goku asked, pleasantly surprised. She's been invaluable, Liara confirmed. Her hybrid perspective offers insights neither humans nor pure Xenomorphs could provide. She understands both sides of the connection in ways I never could through pure observation. Goku nodded thoughtfully. She's finding her purpose. That's good. Everyone needs something that gives their life meaning. Is that why you fight? Liara asked, beginning to set up her equipment. To find meaning. The question caught Goku off guard, not because it was inappropriate, but because few people in his experience had bothered to ask about his deeper motivations. Most either assumed he fought out of simple Saiyan instinct of others. Partly, he admitted after consideration. I fight to protect people, yes. And because I enjoy the challenge, that's the Saiyan in me. But also because fighting at its purest is a form of communication. You aren't things about yourself and your opponent that could never be expressed in words. Liara looked up from her equipment, genuine interest in her eyes. That's a profound perspective. Most military personnel in our universe view combat as necessarily functional, a means to an end rather than a form of expression. That's because they're fighting to win, Goku explained, settling into a cross-legged position on the training mat. I fight to understand. Winning is just a byproduct. And is that how you're approaching the Xenomorphs? Liara asked, activating her scanning devices. Trying to understand rather than control or defeat them. I guess I am, Goku realized. They're predators, yes. Dangerous, absolutely. But also amazing in their way. Perfect, as you scientists keep saying. See, Ms. a waste to just try to exterminate something so complete. Liara adjusted her scanners, focusing them on Goku's seated form. That perspective makes you unique among those who've encountered the species. Most see only the threat, not the evolutionary marvel. She completed her preparations and stepped back. Ready when you are. Just meditate as you normally would, focusing particularly on why. Our connection to the Xenomorph collective consciousness if possible. Goku nodded, closing his eyes and beginning the breathing techniques he'd refined over decades of martial arts training. His consciousness turned inward first, locating and balancing his ki, the life energy that flowed through and around him. In his home universe, ki manipulation was common among trained fighters, but here it aimed to be a concept largely unknown or understood differently. As his meditation deepened, Goku extended his awareness outward, seeking the now familiar touch of the Xenomorph hive mind. Distance made it more difficult, but not impossible, especially with the crystal from the Queen serving as a focus point in his pocket. Its subtle warmth seemed to pulse in rhythm with his own heartbeat, creating a resonance that amplified his reaching consciousness. There, at the edges of his perception, the vast, cold network of interconnected minds. Unlike his previous connections, which had been primarily with individual xenomorphs or specific queens, this felt broader, deeper, a glimpse into the species-wide consciousness that linked all hives across vast interstellar distances. Goku felt himself sinking into this network, not drowning but merging, his individual awareness maintaining its integrity while still experiencing the collective. It was disorienting at first, like trying to listen to thousands of conversations simultaneously. But gradually patterns emerged, hierarchies of communication, priorities of information. The queens served as nexus points, gathering and distributing critical data throughout the network. And within this incomprehensible vastness, disturbances. Sections of the network that felt wrong, distorted, artificial, controlled by something outside the natural hierarchy. These corrupted nodes were spreading, converting more of the network to their altered state with each passing hour. Vaughn's influence, Goku realized. The control mechanisms were hijacking the natural xenomorph communication system, replacing Queen's authority with artificial directives. And the uncorrupted queens were aware of this invasion, their collective consciousness radiating alarm and mobilization throughout the parts of the network they still controlled. A war was brewing within the hive mind itself, the natural xenomorph hierarchy fighting against technological usurpation. And somehow, Goku's presence in the network was perceived as significant by both sides, a variable that could tip the balance. Something else became clear as Goku navigated deeper into the collective consciousness. His connection was changing him. Subtle alterations in his thought patterns, in his perceptions, in the very way his mind processed information. Nothing dramatic or disturbing, but noticeable to his experienced introspection. He was adapting to interface with the hive mind more effectively, just as the alpha xenomorph at Arcturus had adapted to maintain its connection to him. Mutual evolution, symbiotic change. A hand on his shoulder pulled him back to physical awareness. Goku opened his eyes to find Liara kneeling beside him, her expression showing equal parts scientific fascination and personal concern. "You were under for almost 3 hours, she informed him. "Your brainwave patterns were extraordinary. Unlike anything I've recorded from human or xenomorph subjects." Goku blinked, surprised by how much time had passed. It felt like minutes. Time perception alteration is consistent with deep meditative states, Liara noted, already reviewing the data her instruments had collected. But what's truly remarkable is the quantum field fluctuation surrounding your body during the deeper phases. You were generating patterns similar to those we detected from the Queen's communication spire on LV-738. "I could feel the network," Goku explained, still processing the experience himself. Not just individual xenomorphs or queens, but the entire interconnected consciousness. "It's vast, Liara, spanning the galaxy, maybe beyond. And Vaughn is corrupting it," Liara concluded, correctly interpreting his troubled expression. "Parts of it, growing parts." Goku stood, stretching muscles that had been stationary too long. "The unaffected queens are fighting back, but they're losing ground. The technology gives Vaughn's controlled sections advantages the natural network can't match." "Did you sense where the corruption is strongest?" Liara asked, her scientific mind immediately seeking actionable intelligence. Goku nodded slowly. "Helios cluster. It's a focal point of some kind. A hub for the corrupted network sections." Confirming our destination, Liara noted with satisfaction. "But there's something else troubling you. I can see it in your expression." Goku hesitated, unsure how to articulate the subtle changes he'd sensed in himself. "The connection goes both ways, Liara. Just like Nova said, the more I link with the hive mind, the more it influences me." Concern flashed across her features. "Influences how? Are you experiencing aggressive impulses? Territorial behaviors?" "Nothing like that," Goku assured her. "It's more subtle. Changes in perception, in intuition. I'm starting to understand their thought patterns, their priorities. See the world partly through their perspective." "Cognitive empathy," Liara suggested. "Your brain Pating to facilitate communication with a fundamentally different consciousness structure." "Maybe," Goku agreed, though he sensed it was more profound than mere empathy. "But it raises questions about how far the adaptation might go. Where the balance point is between remaining myself and becoming something, integrated with their collective. Liara's scientific detachment faltered momentarily, revealing a more personal concern. Are you afraid of losing yourself? Your identity? Not afraid exactly, Goku replied thoughtfully. I've changed many times throughout my life. Discovered new aspects of myself, new forms, new powers. This feels similar in some ways, an evolution rather than a replacement. He smiled reassuringly. But it's something to be mindful of. To monitor. I can help with that, Liara offered immediately. Establish cognitive baselines, track any significant deviations. If there are neurological changes occurring, we should document them carefully. I'd appreciate that, Goku agreed. Knowledge is always better than uncertainty. Their conversation was interrupted by Nova's arrival. The hybrid moved with increasing confidence through the ship, though the security detail assigned to monitor her remained at a respectful distance outside the training area. I felt your presence, announced without preamble. Stronger than before, deeper. You could sense me specifically? Goku asked, surprised. Nova nodded, her sensory tendrils extending slightly. Your signature is distinct, bright against the collective background. The queens sense it too. They watch your movements through the network with great interest. Fascinating, Liara murmured, recording this information. Nova, could you detect the same network distortions Goku described? The corrupted sections. Always. Nova confirmed. Growing, spreading, centered around Helios cluster as he said. She hesitated before adding, but there is more. The corruption has purpose beyond control. It builds toward something. What kind of something? Goku prompted. Convergence, Nova replied, the word seeming to carry weight beyond its literal meaning. The controlled sections are being prepared for a unification event. A merging of corrupted consciousness into single directive. A super hive, Liara realized with alarm. Vaughn isn't just controlling individual xenomorphs or isolated hives. He's building a centralized control system for entire populations across multiple star systems. The implications were staggering. If successful, such a system could potentially coordinate xenomorph RPH activity on an unprecedented scale, turning an already lethal species into a coordinated army that could overwhelm even the most advanced defensive measures. We need to tell Commander Dax, Goku decided. This changes our understanding of what we're facing. Commander Dax received their report in the Dauntless's tactical center, her expression growing increasingly grave as they explained what Goku and Nova had sensed through their connection to the hive mind. A centralized control system explains the coordinated nature of recent outbreaks, she acknowledged, studying the star chart they'd marked the systems showing signs of xenomorph activity. What was previously attributed to coincidence or escalating contamination now appears to be strategic positioning. For what purpose? Admiral Chen asked via secure communication link from Arcturus. Even with unprecedented coordination, the xenomorphs lack interstellar travel capability on their own. But their controllers don't, Liara pointed out. If Vaughn is working with the original creators as the Queen suggested, they could provide the transportation necessary to utilize this controlled force effectively. As a weapon, Dax concluded grimly. Exactly what they were originally designed for, according to the Queen's message. Goku had been studying the star chart thoughtfully. There's a pattern to the systems showing activity. They form a perimeter around something. He traced a rough circle connecting the affected colonies. What's at the center of this area? Admiral Chen input commands remotely, adjusting the chart to highlight the region Goku had indicated. Mostly unexplored space. A few automated mining operations, some research outposts. Nothing significant enough to warrant this level of. He stopped suddenly. His expression changing. Except, there's an anomaly that was flagged by Deep Space Surveys about 14 months ago. Designated Object UX-2991. What kind of anomaly? Dax asked. Unknown at the time. A structure of artificial origin but unusual composition, detected at the edge of a protoplanetary disk in the Cygnus void. Survey probes were dispatched, but never reported back. Chen's voice took on a more troubled tone. The anomaly was classified and assigned to Special Projects Division for follow-up investigation. Let me guess, Liara interjected. Special Projects Division headed by Dr. Elias Vaughn at the time. Precisely, Chen confirmed. The investigation was officially listed as inconclusive due to environmental hazards in the region. The file was archived with low priority status. Or deliberately buried, Dax suggested. If Vaughn found something significant, like an ancient ship belonging to the Xenomorphs creators, he could have concealed it to exploit the discovery personally. The awakening, Nova said suddenly, her tendrils flaring with agitation. The Queen spoke of it. Creator ship found after long sleep. This is what she meant. Cholera, who had been silently observing the discussion, activated her wrist computer and projected a three-dimensional glyph into the center of the tactical display. The symbol was angular and complex, consisting of interlocking geometric forms that seemed to shift perspective depending on the viewing angle. Yautja archives contain this symbol, she explained. Ancient warning. Places not to hunt. Territories of the long sleep ones. Makers of hard meat. You've encountered these creators before? Dax asked, surprised. Not in many generations, Cholera clarified. But stories remain. Warnings persist. They sleep for millennia, then awaken to continue their wars. Hard meat are but one of their weapons, created for specific enemy. And now they're awake again, Goku concluded. Using Vaughn to help them reclaim control of their weapons. Admiral Chen's expression was grave. I'll adjust your mission parameters. The Helios cluster reconnaissance remains primary, but gathering intelligence on this anomaly in the Cygnus void becomes secondary objective. Sir, Dax began cautiously, given the potential scope of what we're facing, shouldn't we request additional resources? A single science vessel is less likely to attract attention than a battle group, Chen finished for her. General Drayson has already dispatched 3 destroyer-class vessels to establish a containment perimeter around the affected systems. Your mission is intelligence gathering only, Commander. Observe, document, and report. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary for survival. Understood, Admiral, Dax acknowledged. Though her expression suggested she had reservations about operating with such limited resources. After the briefing concluded, Goku found himself drawn to the ship's observation lounge again, where the endless stars provided a backdrop for his troubled thoughts. The crystal from the Queen remained a constant presence in his pocket, its subtle warmth occasionally pulsing with what now felt like impatience, as if it were trying to communicate something of urgent importance. Dax found him there some time later, her commanding presence momentarily set aside as she joined him at the viewport. Thinking about home, she asked, her voice gentler than her usual military precision. Among other things, Goku admitted. Wondering if there's a reason I ended up in this specific universe, at this specific time. The coincidence seems significant. You think you were brought here purposefully? Dax asked, studying his profile against the starfield. Maybe, or maybe the dimensional tear that pulled me through was attracted to something compatible, my connection to the Xenomorphs existing before I even encountered them. Goku turned to face her directly. In my universe, I've often found myself exactly where I needed to be at critical moments. As if there's a pattern guiding events that we can't fully see. Dax considered this with surprising openness for someone of her practical military background. There are similar philosophies in our universe. The Convergencionists believe that reality arranges itself to bring necessary elements together at critical juncture points. She smiled slightly. Not a popular view in military strategic planning, as you might imagine. But you don't dismiss it entirely, Goku observed. I've seen too much in my career to dismiss anything entirely, Dax replied. Including the possibility that your arrival represents something beyond coincidence. She hesitated before adding, the question is, what role are you meant to play in what's coming? Goku gazed back at the stars, the question resonating with his own thoughts. The Queen on LV-738 seemed to think I had to make a choice. Alpha or prey, conqueror or liberator, and what do you think that means? Dax asked. I think. Goku bets that had been forming since his deep meditation. I think the Xenomorphs are at an evolutionary crossroads. Vaughn and these creators are pushing them toward one future, controlled weapons, slaves to technology. But there's another path possible. Evolution through mutual adaptation, maintaining their nature but adding something new. Understanding instead of domination. And you represent this alternative path, Dax concluded. Your influence creates alphas rather than slaves. Partners rather than weapons. Maybe, Goku acknowledged. Though I don't think it's a role I chose consciously. The most important roles rarely are, Dax observed with surprising philosophical depth. After a moment of comfortable silence, she added, for what it's worth. I believe your presence here is beneficial. Whatever your ultimate purpose, you've already changed how some of us view the Xenomorphs, as more than just mindless killers to be exterminated. The conversation was interrupted by an urgent communication from the bridge. Commander Dax to the command center immediately. We're receiving a distress signal from Helios Prime. The command center was already bustling with activity when they arrived. Lieutenant Cade, the Dauntless's tactical officer, was coordinating sensor sweeps while communications specialists attempted to clean up the degraded transmission being received. Status report, Dax ordered, immediately shifting back to full command presence. Automated distress beacon from Helios Prime Colony, Cade reported. Partial message only, heavily corrupted. Signal terminated approximately 27 minutes ago mid-transmission. Content, Dax prompted. Still reconstructing, but preliminary decryption indicates code black. Cade replied grimly. Total containment failure. Code black was the most severe emergency classification for colonial outposts, indicating catastrophic breakdown of LL containment systems and imminent loss of the entire settlement. Time to arrival, Dax asked. 18 hours at current velocity, the navigation officer reported. We could push the engines to reduce to 14. But with increased risk of detection. Dax considered for only a moment. Maintain current velocity. If this is a total containment failure, stealth may be our only advantage. She turned to Goku. Can you sense anything at this distance? Any impression of what we might be heading into? Goku closed his eyes, focusing his awareness toward their destination. The crystal in his pocket seemed to pulse more rapidly, as if responding to his directed attention. Through their now established connection to the hive mind, he reached outward, seeking impressions from the Helios cluster. What he encountered was deeply troubling, not the expected chaos of an outbreak, but something far more organized. Structured, purposeful. The xenomorph presence there was massive, far beyond a typical containment breach, and operating with unprecedented coordination. It's not a random outbreak, he reported, opening his eyes. It's a controlled operation. Military precision. The hive is being directed like a tactical unit, targeting specific objectives. How many xenomorphs are we talking about? Dax asked. Goku shook his head slowly. More than I can count. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands. Multiple hives operating in concert. This assessment caused visible concern among the bridge crew. A single xenomorph hive could overwhelm a moderately defended colony. Multiple coordinate hives represented a threat beyond conventional containment protocols. Alert Admiral Chen, Dax ordered. Inform him we may be facing a coordinated multi-hive event at Helios Prime. Request immediate dispatch of containment fleet. As the communications officer complied, Liara and Nova joined them on the bridge, having been notified of the emergency. The distress signal included data packets, Liara reported. Reviewing information on her tablet. Heavily encrypted, but I've managed to extract some sensor readings from the colony's final automated transmissions. She displayed the information on the main tactical screen. Massive biological signatures throughout the colony, but concentrated particularly around these structures. The highlighted buildings represented the colony's primary research facilities, administrative centers, and communication arrays. Targeted acquisition, Dax observed. Not random feeding or reproduction. Thereafter information, Goku suggested. Technology, communications capability. Building something, Nova added, her sensory tendrils extended as she studied the data. Like LV-738, but larger. Much larger. Another communication spire, Liara asked. Nova shook her head. More complex. Multi-function. I sense. Preparation. For what? Dax demanded. Arrival. Nova replied simply, though the word carried ominous weight. The implications hung heavily in the air. If the xenomorph activity represented preparation for the arrival of their original creators, it suggested a timetable, one that was rapidly advancing. We need to accelerate, Dax decided. Reassessing the risks. Lieutenant Cade, push the engines to maximum sustainable output. Get us to Helios Prime as quickly as possible without compromising the ship's structural integrity. Yes, Commander, Cade acknowledged, relaying the orders to engineering. What about detection risk? Liara asked. Secondary concern now, Dax replied grimly. If what we're facing is as coordinated as Goku suggests, stealth may be irrelevant. We need visual confirmation of the situation before the containment fleet arrives. As the Dauntless adjusted course and accelerated toward Helios Prime, Goku felt the crystal in his pocket growing warmer, almost hot against his skin. When he retrieved it, the crystalline structure was pulsing with bioluminescence, its patterns shifting in complex sequences that seemed almost like language. It's responding to something, he told the others, holding up the glowing crystal. The Queen said to use it when I decided. I think events are forcing that decision sooner than expected. Use it how? Dax asked, eyeing the alien artifact with understandable caution. I'm not entirely sure, Goku admitted. But I think it's a direct connection to the uncorrupted portions of the hive mind. A way to communicate with queens across the network. Could be trap, Cholera warned, joining them on the bridge. Hard meat queen minds dangerous territory. Many hunters lost trying to understand their thoughts. It's a risk, Goku acknowledged. But if what's happening at Helios Prime is what I think it is, we need all the information we can get. Dax studied him thoughtfully before making her decision. Proceed, but with caution. And not here on the bridge. We'll set up a controlled environment in the science lab where Drive Vest can monitor your neurological patterns during the attempt. The science laboratory was quickly configured for the procedure. Monitoring equipment was arranged around a central area where Goku sat cross-legged. The crystal held between his palms. Liara calibrated sensors to track his brain activity, while Nova positioned herself nearby, her hybrid nature potentially useful if translation between consciousness types became necessary. Ready when you are, Liara informed him, the final preparations complete. Goku nodded, centering himself through practiced meditation techniques before focusing on the crystal. Its pulsing light seemed to synchronize with his heartbeat as he channeled his ki into it, not aggressively, but invitingly, creating a resonance between his energy and whatever consciousness resided within the crystalline structure. The response was immediate and overwhelming. The crystal flared with blinding intensity, and Goku felt his mind suddenly expanded, stretched across vast distances as if his consciousness had been launched through the stars. The sensation was disorienting but not painful, more like the sudden acceleration of teleportation than any form of attack. When his awareness stabilized, in a mental space unlike anything he'd experienced before. Not physical reality, but not purely imaginary either, a shared consciousness realm where thoughts took on symbolic forms. Surrounding him were presences, massive, ancient, and unmistakably alien. The queens, connected through their network, observing him with collective interest. Communication here wasn't through words but through complex conceptual exchanges, entire packages of meaning transferred instantly rather than sequentially. Goku's mind adapted rapidly, his unusual neural plasticity allowing him to engage with this alien thought process more effectively than a typical human could have. The queens shared information in torrents, the history of their species, the war with their creators, their long evolution toward independence. They showed him the recent corruption of their network, the usurpation of their authority by technological means, the preparation for the creators' return. And most significantly, they showed him Helios Prime. The colony had not simply experienced a containment breach. It had been transformed into something else entirely, a massive biological-technological hybrid structure. The Xenomorphs there, operating under Vaughn's control systems, were constructing a device of unprecedented scale, a gateway of some kind, designed to facilitate the arrival of something from deep space. The creators were coming, and Helios Prime was being converted into their beachhead. But the queens showed him something else as well, resistance. Throughout the galaxy, uncorrupted hives were mobilizing, preparing to defend their hard-won independence. The war was not simply between humans and xenomorphs, but between free xenomorphs and those enslaved by their creators' technology. And this conflict would soon engulf human space, regardless of containment protocols or military responses, unless a third path emerged. The concept they conveyed to Goku was complex but clear. His unique connection to their species represented an evolutionary opportunity. Neither continued isolation nor enslavement, but symbiotic adaptation. Mutual change that could benefit both species while preserving their essential natures. But such a path required a catalyst, a bridge between species that could facilitate understanding rather than domination. And that catalyst, the Queens collectively conveyed, could be Goku himself. If he chose to embrace the role, alpha or prey, conqueror or liberator, the choice remained, but now Goku understood its full implications. With this final revelation, the connection began to fade. The Queens had shown what they needed to show, communicated what they needed to communicate. The rest would depend on Goku's decision and the events about to unfold at Helios Prime. Goku's consciousness returned to his body with a jolt that left him momentarily disoriented. The crystal had dimmed, though it continued to pulse with subtle light. Around him, the monitoring equipment was registering unprecedented neural activity, and Liara was staring at the readings with scientific amazement. Your brain was operating at quantum entanglement levels, she informed him, barely containing her excitement. Instantaneous communication across potentially unlimited distances. It's theoretically impossible but clearly functional. What did you see? Dax asked more practically, concerned by his pale appearance. Everything, Goku replied, still processing the vast information download. The Queens showed me what's happening at Helios Prime. It's worse than we thought. Over the next hour, Goku relayed what he had learned: the transformation of Helios Prime into a gateway facility, the imminent arrival of the creators, the broader conflict between enslaved and free xenomorphs, and the potential third path that his unique connection represented. So we're heading directly into the arrival point for an ancient alien species with technology advanced enough to create the xenomorphs. Dax summarized grimly. With a single science vessel and no combat support, the containment fleet Admiral Chen is dispatching won't arrive for at least 72 hours, Lieutenant Cade reminded her. We'll be alone at Helios Prime for a significant window. Then we maintain our reconnaissance directive, Dax decided after consideration. Observe, document, and report. No engagement unless absolutely necessary. There's something else, Goku added, the final revelation from the Queens still troubling him. Vaughn has been developing specialized xenomorph variants specifically designed to counter my influence. Specimens engineered to resist the connection I establish with standard xenomorphs. Makes tactical sense, Cholera observed. Enemy creates counter to new weapon. I'm not a weapon, Goku corrected gently. To Vaughn, you are, Liara pointed out. Your DNA, your abilities, they represent a variable he needs to control or neutralize. Nova, who had been uncharacteristically quiet since Goku's return from the mental connection, finally spoke. The specialized variants, I can sense them now that I know to look. Different resonance in network, shielded somehow. Can you locate them specifically? Dax asked. Nova closed her eyes, concentrating. Many at Helios Prime, but others, moving, hunting, following. Her eyes snapped open suddenly, alarm evident in her expression. They're tracking us. Right now. This revelation triggered immediate action. Dax ordered full sensor sweeps of surrounding space, while Cholera activated her own more sophisticated Yautja detection systems. Contact, Lieutenant Cade announced moments later. Small craft approaching from trailing position. Configuration unknown, not in our database. On screen, Dax ordered. The tactical display showed a vessel unlike anything in colonial records, organic in appearance yet clearly technological, its hull resembling xenomorph exoskeleton patterns but constructed with precision engineering. It moved with unnatural speed, rapidly closing the distance to the Dauntless. Biological signatures detected, Cade reported. Multiple organisms aboard, consistent with xenomorph profiles but with significant variations. Vaughn's hunting party, Goku concluded. Sent to intercept us before we reach Helios Prime. Battle stations, Dax ordered. All personnel to emergency positions. Defensive systems online. The Dauntless wasn't designed primarily as a combat vessel, but it carried sufficient armaments for self-defense. Weapon systems charged as the crew shed to their assigned emergency positions. They're accelerating, Cade reported tensely. Intercept in approximately 12 minutes. Goku made a swift decision. I need to go out there. Absolutely not, Dax countered immediately. We have no idea what capabilities these variants possess. Exactly, Goku replied, and we won't know unless I confront them directly. If these are specimens Specifically designed to counter my abilities, I need to understand how they function. He's right, Liara reluctantly agreed. From a scientific perspective, direct interaction is the only way to assess the effectiveness of Vaughn's countermeasures. And from a tactical perspective, it's suicide, Dax argued. We're facing unknown hostile organisms in space combat conditions. Cholera, who had been monitoring the approaching vessel through her own systems, suddenly intervened. My ship can deploy support hunt, better combat capability in void than human vessel. This unexpected offer shifted the dynamics of the discussion. Cholera's hunter vessel was indeed better suited for direct engagement, its Yautja technology specifically designed for combat against xenomorph-type organisms. After a tense moment of consideration, Dax nodded sharply, approved, but as a reconnaissance mission only. Assess capabilities and retreat, do not engage in prolonged combat. Preparations moved quickly after that. Goku and Cholera boarded her vessel through the specialized docking adapter that had been installed for their mission. Nova insisted on accompanying them, her ally valuable in identifying the specialized variant's capabilities. Be careful, Liara told Goku as he prepared to board Cholera's ship. These variants were created specifically to counter your abilities. Don't underestimate them. I never underestimate an opponent, Goku assured her with a confident smile that belied the seriousness of the situation. That's how you learn and grow stronger. Cholera's vessel detached from the Dauntless with predatory grace, its advanced engines allowing it to accelerate at rates that would have incapacitated human pilots without proper protection. The Yautja hunter seemed in her element now, the upcoming confrontation representing the kind of challenge her species lived for. Worthy hunt, she commented as they approached the intercept point. New prey, unknown capabilities, tests skill and honor. Let's hope it just tests and doesn't exceed them, Goku replied, studying the tactical display showing the approaching vessel. As they closed distance, details of the organic technological hybrid ship became clearer. Its surface featured elements reminiscent of xenomorph hive structures but with a metallic sheen that suggested advanced alloys rather than purely biological components. Propulsion appeared to be a combination of conventional drives and something more exotic, energy signatures unlike standard human or Yautja technology. No weapon systems visible, Cholera noted, her scanning systems analyzing the approaching craft. Boarding vessel, delivery system for specialized hard meat. They want to capture, not destroy, Nova suggested. Take alive for study. The implication was clear. Vaughn wanted Goku for further experimentation, not elimination. The specialized variants were likely designed to subdue rather than kill. Let's not make it easy for them, Goku decided, moving toward the airlock section of Cholera's ship. If they want to board, we should give them something unexpected. Understanding his intent immediately, Cholera activated a specific control sequence. Ship will maintain position. Atmosphere field extends 2 meters from hull. Confide in void with protection. It was a tactical approach Goku hadn't considered but immediately appreciated. Fighting in space just beyond the ship's hull would give them maneuverability advantages while preventing the enemy from utilizing their vessel's full capabilities. They positioned themselves on the exterior hull of Cholera's ship, protected by the thin atmospheric envelope generated by Yautja technology. Nova remained just inside the airlock, her hybrid physiology not quite adapted for even protected void combat. The enemy vessel approached cautiously, seemingly surprised by their presence outside rather than within the Yautja craft. For several tense moments, nothing happened, the organic technological ship simply hovering 50 meters away, studying them with sensors Goku could feel scanning his biological signature. Then, without warning, sections of the vessel's hull peeled, open like blooming flowers of metal and chitin. From these openings emerged the specialized variants Cholera had identified, xenomorphs, but unlike any Goku had encountered before. Their exoskeletons incorporated technological elements, metallic reinforcements at key structural points and what appeared to be embedded device nodes along their spines. Their heads were more angular than standard xenomorphs, with sensor arrays where eyes would be on a human. Most significantly, they moved with a coordination that spoke of enhanced intelligence and tactical awareness. Cybernetically enhanced, Cholera observed, her weapons activating automatically, technology integrated with biology, abomination against natural order. 6 of the enhanced xenomorphs launched themselves from their vessel toward Kalera's ship, using some form of propulsion system embedded in their exoskeletons to navigate the void. They moved with precision that normal xenomorphs couldn't have maintained in space, clearly assigned specifically for this environment. Goku reached out with his consciousness, attempting to establish the same connection he'd formed with other xenomorphs. The response was immediate and true. Ling, instead of the familiar cold touch of alien awareness, he encountered a barrier. Not absence, but deliberate blockage, like a wall specifically designed to repel his mental approach. "They're shielded somehow," he reported to Kalera. "I can't establish connection." "Then we fight old way," the Yautja hunter replied, extending her wrist blades. Skill against skill. The enhanced xenomorphs reached them moments later, attacking with coordinated precision. 3 focused on Kalera while the other 3 converged on Goku from different angles. Their movements suggested not just programming, but adaptive intelligence, analyzing and responding to their target's defensive postures in real time. Goku shifted to combat mode, his Saiyan reflexes and training taking over. He dodged the first attacker's tail strike, using the minimal gravity environment to pivot around its extended limb. The second creature anticipated this movement, positioning itself to intercept, while the third maneuvered to limit his escape options. "They learn quickly," Goku observed, impressed despite himself. He channeled ki to enhance his speed, creating an after-image technique that momentarily confused the variants, targeting systems. This small advantage allowed him to counterattack, delivering a precisely calculated strike to the nearest xenomorph's sensor array. The creature recoiled, its coordination temporarily disrupted. But the damage revealed something unexpected. Beneath the damaged exterior was not flesh but a complex mechanical system integrated with organic components. "They're hybrids," Goku realized aloud. "Not just enhanced xenomorphs. They're cybernetic constructs designed to mimic xenomorph capabilities while incorporating technological countermeasures." Kalera, engaged in her own battle with 3 attackers, acknowledged this observation with a grunt as she severed one creature's limb with her wrist blade. Unlike natural xenomorphs, the wound didn't spray acid blood. Instead, a clear fluid with mechanical nanites visible within it leaked from the injury. "False hard meat," she confirmed. "Technology pretending to be prey." This discovery changed their tactical approach. Goku had been holding back, concerned about the acid blood hazard in their confined battle environment. Now, understanding these weren't true xenomorphs but technological imitations, he could engage more directly. Channeling ki into a focused attack, Goku released a controlled energy wave that disrupted the coordination systems of all 3 attackers simultaneously. The constructs convulsed as their integrated technology failed, organic components responding erratically without proper command signals. Kalera took advantage of this momentary disruption to dispatch her opponents with brutal efficiency. Her Yautja combat techniques specifically evolved for xenomorph hunting. Within moments, 5 of the 6 attackers were disabled or destroyed. The 6th, however, adapted more quickly than the others. It retreated from direct combat, positioning itself at a distance while its body reconfigured, plates shifting, internal systems realigning. Before their eyes, it transformed from combat configuration to something else, a communication node, its sensor array expanding into a dish-like structure oriented toward its parent vessel. "It's sending data," Goku realized. "Everything it learned about our capabilities." Before either of them could intercept it, the creature had completed its transmission. Moments later, the parent vessel began to retreat, accelerating away from their position with surprising speed. "They got what they came for," Goku concluded. "Combat data, analysis of our tactics, dishonorable retreat," Kalera growled, clearly disappointed by the abbreviated hunt. "No true challenge." "No." Goku disagreed, his expression troubled as they collected one of the disabled Khan. "This wasn't the real challenge. It was reconnaissance, just like ours. The real challenge is waiting at Helios Prime." They returned to the Dauntless with their captured specimen, where Liara immediately began a comprehensive analysis of its unique cybernetic organic integration. The assaults were both fascinating and alarming. The construct represented technology far beyond current human capabilities, combining biological engineering and mechanical systems in ways that blurred the distinction between them. "The neural interface is particularly advanced," Liara reported, displaying microscopic images of the brain-machine connection points. It allows direct control of the organe-C components while maintaining autonomous function capability if the central command signal is disrupted. Designed to operate both as networked units and as individual combatants, Dax observed, our tactical mind immediately grasping the implications. Resilient command structure. But why create mechanical xenomorphs at all? Goku wondered. If Vaughn has access to actual xenomorphs he can control, why build artificial ones? Specialization, Nova suggested, having studied the construct with unique insight due to her hybrid nature. These are designed specifically to counter you. Natural. Xenomorphs cannot resist your connection once established. Their neural structure is inherently compatible with yours. These constructs incorporate shielding specifically designed to block that compatibility. Which means Vaughn considers you a significant enough threat to dedicate substantial resources to countering your abilities, Dax concluded, studying Goku with renewed appreciation. Your influence over the xenomorphs represents a variable his plans can't accommodate. Or his master's plans, Liara amended. If he's working with the original creators as we suspect, these constructs may incorporate their ancient technology. The implications of this encounter continued to resonate as the Dauntless resumed its approach to Helios Prime. The specialized anti-Goku constructs represent just one element of what was clearly a much larger and more complex operation. And if such resources were being dedicated to countering a single individual, it suggested Goku's potential role in the coming conflict was far more significant than anyone had initially realized. 6 hours later, the Dauntless reached the outer boundary of the Helios system. Long-range sensors immediately detected a B-normal energy signature centered on Helios Prime, massive power fluctuations and biological activity readings that exceeded anything in colonial records for established settlements. Magnification S. Howe's extensive structural modifications to the colony, Lieutenant Cade reported, displaying visual feed on the main screen. Consistent with xenomorph hive architecture but at unprecedented scale. The images showed what had once been a thriving colonial center transformed into something alien and ominous. The clean lines of human architecture were now overlaid with massive organic structures that seemed to pulse with internal activity. At the center of the colony, where the administrative complex had once stood, a massive spire rose into the atmosphere, similar to the communication structure from LV-738 but exponentially larger and more complex. That's not just a communication array, Liara observed, analyzing the energy readings. It's generating some kind of field, a massive distortion in space-time surrounding the colony. Quote, a gateway, Goku confirmed, remembering what the Queens had shown him. They're creating an arrival point for something coming from deep space. The creators, Nova whispered. Her sensory tendrils fully extended as she processed the distant impressions reaching her hybrid consciousness. Their vessel approaches through spaces between normal travel routes. The gateway will allow them to bypass normal space entirely, emerging directly at the prepared location. How long until arrival? Dax asked, her voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. Nova closed her eyes, concentrating. Hours, perhaps less. The gateway nears completion. We need to report this immediately, Dax decided. Lieutenant Cade, prepare a priority transmission to Admiral Chen. Full data package, maximum encryption. Commander, Cade responded hesitantly, long-range communications are experiencing significant interference. The energy field surrounding Helios P. Rime appears to be disrupting standard transmission protocols. Keep trying, Dax ordered. This intelligence must reach the fleet. As the Dauntless maintained position at the system's edge, continuing observation while attempting to establish communications, Goku felt a familiar pressure building in his mind. The crystal from the Queen pulsed with renewed intensity in his pocket, and the distant touch of the hive mind became stronger, more insistent. They know we're here, he informed the others. The controlled xenomorphs have detected our presence. Can they reach us at this distance? Dax asked, concerned. Not physically, Goku assured her. But they're preparing something. I can feel activity increasing. Nova nodded in confirmation. Defensive protocols activating. Specialized units mobilizing. She paused, her expression growing more troubled. And something else. Something being awakened within the colony core. What kind of something? Liara asked. Before Nova could respond, the sensors detected a new development. From the transformed colony, smaller structures were detaching, organic technological hybrid vessels similar to the one that had attacked them earlier, but larger and more numerous. Multiple contacts launching from colony surface, Cade reported, tension evident in his voice. Trajectory indicates intercept course with our position. Estimated arrival in 27 minutes. Battle stations, Dax ordered immediately. Prepare defensive systems and plot emergency FTL jump coordinates. As the crew rushed to comply, Goku made a decision. The Queens had shown him what was at stake. Not just the fate of this colony or even this sector, but the balance between species that would shape the future of this galaxy. And his role in that balance was becoming increasingly clear. Commander, he addressed Dax formally, I need to go down there. To the colony? Dax asked incredulously. It's completely overrun with controlled xenomorphs. And whatever those hybrid constructs are, it would be suicide. Not for me, Goku replied with quiet confidence. And not alone. Kalera's ship can get us close enough to infiltrate while the Dauntless draws off the defensive units. Us? Dax questioned. Myself, Kalera, and Nova, Goku clarified. Each of us has unique capabilities suited for this mission. If what's happening is what I think it is, we may have only one chance to disrupt the gateway before the creators arrive. Dax started to object, then paused, her tactical mind assessing the proposal's merits despite its risks. What exactly do you intend to do if you reach the colony? The Queen showed me that the gateway requires a specific control node, a central processor managing the entire operation. If we can locate and disable it, the gateway will collapse. And you think you can find this control node? Dax asked. Nova can sense it through the hive mind, Goku explained. Even with the distortions from Vaughn's control systems, she can detect the focal points of activity. Nova nodded in confirmation. The node calls to all connected consciousness. I can follow its signal. After a moment of tense consideration, Dax gave a sharp nod. Authorized, but only as a disruption operation, not a prolonged engagement. Locate the control node, disable it if possible, and extract immediately. Understood, Commander, Goku acknowledged. The Dauntless will implement evasive protocols to draw off the defensive units, Dax continued, shifting to tactical planning. We'll maintain position in system to extract you once the operation is complete. Preparations moved quickly. AFSL was readied for stealth insertion, its Yautja technology offering advantages over colonial stealth systems. Goku, Kalera, and Nova equipped themselves for what would likely be the most dangerous mission yet, infiltrating a colony transformed into an alien stronghold preparing for the arrival of beings with technology millennia beyond human understanding. As they prepared to board Kalera's ship, Liara approached Goku privately. Her scientific detachment had softened, revealing genuine personal concern. The changes we've been monitoring in your neurological patterns, she began hesitantly. They're accelerating. Your connection to the hive mind is becoming more pronounced, more integrated with your own consciousness patterns. I've noticed, Goku acknowledged. My perceptions are shifting, expanding. Are you concerned about it? Liara asked directly. About losing yourself to the collective. Goku considered this thoughtfully. I've faced similar challenges before, transformations that changed not just my body but my mind. Super Saiyan forms that altered my personality, fusions that blended my consciousness with others. He smiled reassuringly. My core remains, Liara. The changes add to who I am rather than replacing it. Just be careful, she urged, her professional composure briefly giving way to more personal feelings. Come back as yourself. I will, Goku promised, touched by her concern. And when I do, maybe we can have that conversation we keep almost starting but never finishing. A slight flush colored Liara's cheeks. But she nodded with a small smile. I'd like that. As they boarded Kalera's vessel and prepared for the insertion mission, Goku felt the weight of the choice the Queen had presented him. Alpha or prey, conqueror or liberator. The time for decision was rapidly approaching, and the consequences would echo across not just this world, but potentially the entire galaxy. The crystal pulsed in his pocket, its warmth a constant reminder of the connection he carried, and the responsibility it represented. Whatever awaited them at the heart of the transformed colony, Goku knew with certainty that he would emerge from it changed in ways even he couldn't fully anticipate. Chapter 4 End. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.